divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Kalimera Seolus. Good morning from the shimmering shores of the beautiful island of Corfu. Germany and Greece, two really talented sides, are ready to lock horns and do battle in what should be an exhilarating weekend of cricket. We might be playing the shortest format of the game in T10 cricket today, but make no mistake, both these sides harbor long-term ambitions of lifting some silverware at the end of this year. Will Greece defend their home turf, or will Germany steal the spoils? Stick around and find out, because live action is up next.
The European Cricket Network continues to deliver the most entertaining format of cricket on the planet. Welcome to another event on the European Cricket Network.
We're set for the coin toss of our opening match of what should be a brilliant weekend of cricket. The German and Greek captains are out in the middle alongside match referee Jasmine Naeem.
Good morning everyone, welcome to Corfu. This is the ECI Women's T10. We've got Germany and we've got Greece who are going to exchange flags first.
Thank you.
Right, we're going to toss and Germany you're going to call.
Heads.
It is a heads.
Well, ball first.
There we go, Germany are going to ball first.
Welcome back. Should be a great weekend of cricket here in Corfu. It is great to be on the airwaves once again on the European Cricket Network. This is Jay Butt here, and I'll be taking you through this wonderful weekend of action. And you talk about some scenic views, well, take a look at that. This cricket ground could be on a postcard. Here's a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming game between Greece and Germany. As you can see, two very stacked lineups, some exciting players on both sides. And we're going to get to see the hosts bat first. We expect Ioanna Argyropoulou along with Adamantia Makri to open the batting for this Greek side. Meanwhile, for Germany, as you can see, all eyes will be on Tina Guff, ECN commentator and a player with over 1,000 international runs to her name. And that's just what we love to see on the win predictor, right? 50-50, this is a coin flip. It could go either way. I think one could argue that Germany might be slight favorites heading into this weekend. They've got a pretty strong and experienced side. But Greece do have home advantage, and they'll be looking to capitalize. There's certainly a youthful look about this Greek national team. And as I mentioned during the introduction, both these teams will be looking to develop a lot of their talent heading into the ECI-W at the end of the year. So we're just moments away from the first ball. A chance to say very good morning to a number of our members joining us in the chat. Great to see you here, Rob, Johnny Hisham, Kroom 111, as well as the ECN Supporters Club in Australia. Got Jeffrey Mobbs joining us as well. Should be a brilliant weekend. Two very exciting sides, two rising sides in the continental game. And we're just moments away from the first ball. It's going to be Shahid to open the bowling and bowl the first ball of what should be an exciting day of ECI action. Of course, got 3 T10 matches coming up for you today and a couple of T20s on Saturday and Sunday each. So both these sides will get an opportunity to play a lot of cricket, a chance to give their deep squads lots of opportunities to play. Certainly is a wonderful part of the world to be bringing you some cricket from. The gorgeous island of Corfu, just to the west of the Greek-Albanian border. Just going to give you a quick idea of the field setting here. The deep point was in place to the left-hander, but they just brought her in. And at the moment, got a fielder about 3/4 in that deep third position, and looks like they've just swapped fielders around deep point, and they're going to be sending Kuntla now towards deep point. So making a few tactical changes here is the skipper, Rasmida Kohli. She wants to get things right. To get things underway here in Greece. Both these sides, of course, are excited to play this series. The anticipation is thick in the air. And it looks like this long-awaited series is just moments away from commencing. The first ball is about to come up, and it's going to be I think it's Tina Guffler just having a quick word with the bowler, Shahid. Here we go. First ball coming up. Yeah, it's getting a little bit of movement there. Going away. I was just wondering if there was maybe a chance for a wide there. I'm sure to Greek eyes that might look like one, but yeah, just kissing the line or not, depending on your perspective. Starts off with a dot ball. Great shape. This is just struck towards mid-on, and a great attempt there. It's going to be a tight single, but Polu will pick up a run. Joanna is now off the mark. Very good morning to Kenneth, who's joining us in the chat as well. Cruz just commenting that it's a wonderful day for cricket. Certainly agree with that sentiment. It's now Adamantia Makri. It's getting set to face her first ball. The innings are busy in the nets earlier. As warming herself up for this important matchup. I think Greece will really be looking to put a good total up on the board here, try to test this strong German unit. It's important that they get off to a good start. Just getting that one to shape back in a little bit. She's just getting some lovely swing here, Shahid. If she can just control that line, yeah, it's going to be quite hard to face her. That one will go away towards the boundary rope, so some runs of extras. Yeah, it's just nutmegs the keeper along the way. Not much Vijay Raghavan could have done about that. So it's a minimo, the first minimo of this series. Just needs to get her line right here, Shahid. Just a touch wide again, but there's plenty of encouragement in the way Shahid's bowling, getting some nice bounce and carry bowling at a good pace. Getting some lovely shape back in as well. I think if she just get that line right, it's going to be so hard to face her. Going to go around the wicket now. Change of angle. Struck hard towards backward square legs. Fired in to the stumps at the bowler's end. It's a good running between the wickets, you've got to say, by these two openers to start off. Adamantia and Joanna running really well between the wickets. They've picked up a couple of quick singles, and that's going to be so important. It really is. It's not just about the boundary hitting in this format. It's also about your ability to pinch those important singles. Just to go thwack over there. Once again struck towards mid-on. It's going to be a big chase here for Tina Guffin. Covers a lot of ground and fires that one back in towards the bowler's end. Could have been a run out. There certainly was a chance for a run out. We'll take a look at this replay to confirm. Great throw fired back in, and you can just see Ramisha Shahid isn't quite able to grasp that cleanly, and he just wondered if she had. Could have been curtains there for Adamantia Makri. That's great bowling. Got that one nice and full. The length was perfect. It's been an exhilarating first over, you have to say. I've had a bit of everything to start off. Some nice running between the wickets, some good-looking shots, a minimo, some terrific bowling as well. Looking at this first over certainly suggests that we are in for a terrific weekend. Straying down the leg side a little bit there. That's going to be a wide. It just doesn't quite get the line right there, but she certainly has shown that she's got the capability to make a comeback. Let's see how she closes out the over. That's in perfect fashion. What a delivery. Absolutely terrific. Just clips the top of the stumps. Couldn't have got that any better. And you talk about coming up with a comeback ball. Well, that was a comeback ball and a half. The first wicket of this weekend of cricket here in Corfu. It's an important one as well. Nagiropoulou played some good-looking shots, but she's going to have to depart it. It was looking like a pretty decent over from the Greek point of view. And that's certainly going to spoil it a little bit. You can just see clips the top of middle along the way, just kisses the bails. No, you can't ask for a much better sight than that if you're a bowler. Well deserved, you got to say, for Misha Shahid. Plenty of positives in that over. Love the way she bowled. And the first one bites the dust for Greece. Ioanna Nagiropoulou will have to depart, having made 3 runs of the 5 deliveries she's faced. Well, here's a look at the groups for the ECI-W. Both these sides will, of course, be very keen to develop their teams heading into that tournament. So, of course, even though we are playing T10 cricket here, the very shortest format of the game, both of them will have the long term in mind as well. So, we'll get to see some emerging stars for both these teams over the course of this weekend and the next few months. As you can see, Greece are in the emerging division alongside Czechia, Malta, Croatia, and Sweden, whereas Germany are in that middle tier challenger division. So here she is, Christina Goff, ECN commentator, and an absolute legend in German cricket. Might be worth informing some of you that we'll get the pleasure of working alongside her in ECS Hornchurch in June, so let's see how Christina Goff goes here. First ball of the second over. This one is struck well out towards that cow corner region. So the 2 fielders outside the ring currently stationed at deep mid wicket and cow corner. Just gets a little bit of an edge there, just trying to play that one nice and late, very fine, runs that one down towards third. Gotta say, this Greece team running well between the wickets. And that's certainly been a huge positive for them to start things off. Well blocked there by Makri. Good bowling here by Goff to start off. Brilliant line and length, everything in that channel. Certainly not making it easy for these Greek batters. Put a slip in place now as well. Good attacking mindset. That has been signaled a wide, so just gets it on the wrong side of the tram line there, Christina Goff. This one's played cross-batted out towards cow corner once again, and that goes out towards Wilhelmina Garcia, who's been quite a busy fielder in that position. A couple of deliveries have headed towards her. Oh, it was a chance! And that's exactly why they put a fielder in that slip position, and Goff did manage to draw the edge. Oh, this is some great thinking by Germany. They knew the edge was coming. They put the slip fielder in, and just a touch low. It was a tough chance, a sharp chance. And it's been put down. Once again, just testing that tram line, and it'll come to an end this over. So Guff rather unlucky not to get a wicket in that over. Still a terrific one, only 4 runs coming off it, and yeah, runs just drying up a little after a good over for Greece in that first over. So they'll just want to keep the pedal to the metal here, make sure they don't slow down after what was certainly a good first 5 deliveries to their innings. Things got slightly ruined, of course, when they lost a wicket on the 6th ball of the first over. Ghulam Mustafa joining us in the chat as well. Very good morning to you. Of course, got Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu lurking as well. He'll be alongside Danny Hudacek over in Jersey. Got finals day coming up there, so a bumper day of cricketing action on ECN. Got finals day in Jersey alongside us, and then get a nice nightcap alongside Phil G tonight in Belgium. A beautiful ball there to start off by Edwards. Lovely movement as well, and that's just a perfect ball, isn't it, for any seamer? Just drawing Makri forward, getting her to play that front foot defensive shot, and rather unlucky not to draw the edge. This one's just played uppishly. There's a chance there for Guff. It's a difficult opportunity, I have to say, but well, they are creating chances here, Germany. Bowling superbly. Gotta love the look of this German bowling unit. Yeah, it's just kind of squirmed up in the air, and just got some fingertips on it there, didn't she? Tina Guff wasn't quite able to corral it. Struck firmly, struck out towards cow corner. That is going to beat Wilhelmina Garcia, and it's a boundary. The first one off the bat for Greece. And this weekend of action here in Corfu. Nice cross-batted stroke. Great hand-eye coordination. And away that goes for 4 runs. Beautifully struck there by Maria Siriotti. Of course, it'll be very important for this Greek side to continue to get that acceleration. Just going down the leg side there, just coming back in a little too much there for Edwards, but she'll certainly be encouraged by the amount of swing she's getting here. Boy, does that move plenty. It's a good delivery and well played in the end. And is there half a chance here for a run out? Would have been a difficult opportunity, but they're certainly on their toes to start off here, the German fielders. Looks to go cross-batted once again. Now towards wideish mid-on. They'll pick up a run. Of course, both these countries have done plenty of work to invest in their grassroots cricket, coaching in school, introducing cricket to university students, and focusing a lot on the women's game. And this weekend is both a product and a catalyst of the fine work these two countries have done to grow the game in their respective nations. Okay, got a little glove on that, but this could be a run out. I think that's gone, and it is. Will Germany pick up a second wicket here? Siriotti running to the danger end. The skipper will have to depart. She is hobbling off here, limping a little bit as she goes off. You hope that isn't too serious. The last thing this Greek side will want is their captain injured right in the very first inning of the first game. That is definitely a run out. Siriotti, as you can see, well short of her ground. And you could just catch her over there hobbling off. Not a great look. Only plenty of hearts in Greek mouths as they watch their captain hobble off. Hopefully it's something that she can just shrug off, because they will need her over the course of this weekend. Both her leadership and, of course, her terrific batting, bowling, and presence in the field are vital to this Greek side. Let's just take a look at this run out again. What a terrific bit of work there by Vijayaraghavan. They're trying to pinch a quick single. As I mentioned, this Greek side have been really good running between the wickets so far, but Vijayaraghavan was equal to the task, picks up the ball, and is able to force a run out. So second wicket falls here for Greece. And you got to credit Germany, even though Greece done a good job of maintaining a healthy run rate over the course of this power play. Germany have been able to take wickets at the right time. And it's now Angeliki Savani out in the middle. He's getting plenty of practice in the nets before the start of this match, and let's see if you can put that to good use. That's a terrific ball there by Edwards. Not exactly the kind of delivery you want to face first up. And it's a pretty decent over here by Edwards. 8 runs coming off it as Greece are 23 for 2 at the end of the power play. So here's a look at the graph so far. As we can see, 11 runs coming off that first over, largely courtesy of that Minimo. 5 runs coming off just the one delivery, but then, of course, you did see Ramisha Shahid pick up that important wicket of Agiropoulou off the last delivery of the first over, and then Adamantia Makri getting run out thanks to some great work by Kartika Vijayaraghavan in the last over. Here we go. Tina Guff continuing with her second over. She's going to be bowled out. And they've got a slip in place for her. Of course, she was able to draw an edge during the first over. She bowled and was rather unlucky not to pick up a wicket. Struck hard, struck firmly, and Garcia has been very busy out at cow corner, and once again she's equal to the task and feels that really well. Of course, this is the first time we're seeing Christina Guff involved in T10 action on ECM this year. Picked up 5 wickets last year in the 5.2 overs she bowled. Was very economical, giving up just 19 runs in those 5 overs. This one struck towards the offside. Most of the runs have been made on the leg side so far, so Greece just opening up the offside here, and some good running between the wickets once again. And they'll pick up a couple of runs. Straight towards point, and this time some good fielding by Edwards, who we saw bowl superbly in the final over of the power play. Struck towards a cover. It's going to be a really big chase here for Asmita Kohli, the skipper, and it's going to go away for a boundary. The ball will win this race, and it's a vital 4 here for Greece, just making sure they keep that run rate around that 7.5 to 8 region. Really good looking shot, very well placed into the gap, and races away for 4 runs. Straying down the leg side over there. Well, of course, we are in one of the finer venues in world cricket. Not too many grounds can boast an exhilarating backdrop of beautiful yachts and some gorgeous hills. We are, of course, in Corfu, one of the most scenic parts of the world, the gorgeous Greek island. Couldn't have asked to be in a better place for what should be an exhilarating weekend of cricket. 8 runs coming off that over in the end. Greece find themselves 31 for 2 at the end of 4 overs. We'll just take a look at how Greece's run rate has been going so far. As you can see, they've kept it pretty steady between that 7.5 to 8 region, which is very encouraging from the Greek point of view. If they can get to a score of around 80 to 85, I think they'll certainly back themselves to make things quite competitive in that second innings. As I mentioned, Germany probably coming in as slight favorites into this series. But Greece certainly been up to the task to start things off, and a terrific first delivery to start things off. The length was absolutely perfect, almost Yorker length. Got a nice slingy bowling action. Ashwini Balaji. Dot ball to start things off. Oh, that is a terrific ball. Probably just sliding down the leg side, but just feel like Balaji is one of those bowlers where she can just get it on those stumps. It's going to be so hard to deal with her. Bowled 2.4 overs during last year's T10 action against Czechia and managed to pick up a couple of wickets, gave up just 14 runs in those 16 deliveries she bowled. That one just a little bit too hot to handle for Vijayaraghavan. It's going to go away for some byes, so got the wide as well as a run for byes as well. Real emerging talent for this German side. Ashwini Balaji, just 21 years of age, and is making a name for herself on the international stage. Got Siam Jain, of course, making comparisons with Malinga, calling Ashwini Balaji the German Malinga. Certainly anytime you see someone with a slingy sidearm action, your first thoughts, of course, are for her less than Malinga. You could just see Balaji slipping over, losing her footing over there. She'll make her way back towards her mark. Got a very long run up, really long run up. Beautiful flowing run up, and let's see if she can get this one right. A little bit shorter here. That's pulled away nicely, and once again out towards Garcia at cow corner. Good throw as well. And they'll pick up a run. It's been a really good over from the German point of view so far. Only 3 runs coming off it. Greece will be desperate for a boundary. Right in that channel. Terrific ball, and Savani just probing, fishing outside her off stump, and you can see healthy gap between bat and ball over there. Wasn't quite able to get close to it. Around the wicket this time. Interesting decision here by Balaji to change the angle after she saw so much success over the wicket, but will end the over with a dot ball. Brilliant bit of bowling, kept things very tight, just giving up 3 runs in that over. And just what Germany needed to pull back this run rate a little bit. So some pressure now on Greece. They're going to have to find a boundary or two in the upcoming over. And it looks like it's going to be Garcia who's going to bowl this over. We are, of course, at the halfway stage of the very first innings of our weekend of action here in Greece. It was a pretty good start for Greece. They managed to pick up 11 runs of the first 5 deliveries, but things just slowed down a little for them when Ramisha Shahid picked up a wicket off the last ball of the first over in the Christina Cup, keeping things pretty tight in that second over, giving up just 4 runs. Iris Edwards bowled quite nicely in that third over, got plenty of swing back in, and I think we might be seeing a retirement hurt just happening off your screen right now. It looks like one of the Greek batters has hurt herself. You can just see she's hobbling off and is going to be unable to continue. It's going to be Nefeli Yorgota who is going to replace her. Oh, this is very, very disappointing. Really is. That's, of course, Angeliki Savani. I can just see her coach out there to console her, and she's clearly in a little bit of pain. Just goes down the edge of the boundary rope, and a number of members of her team, as well as some medical personnel, are heading over to check on her. Disappointing, really is disappointing for Angeliki. As I mentioned earlier, she was training really hard in the nets leading up to this game, and she's just very excited to take part. And really is disappointing just to see her innings cut short. Pick up a run over here, just going on the back foot there, Makri, and pulling that towards square leg. Angeliki Savani, of course, playing for the first time on the European Cricket Network, and that's not how she would have hoped her ECN debut would have gone. Just 24 years of age. This is beautifully played away behind point. Does that have enough to run away for 4? Not quite. It's extremely well fielded by Balaji. We saw bowl superbly in the previous over. Yes, Savani just off camera, still being treated to. And she's an exciting left arm, medium fast bowler. Just missing the leg stump. You can see all 3 stumps pretty clearly. Well, pick up a single. Let's just have a look at this replay one more time. Yep, all 3 stumps are visible, and that impact is probably just outside the leg stump as well. But yeah, good point made by ECN Supporters Club Australia. That few injuries here for Greece. Few injuries that will concern them. Of course, we saw their skipper Sirioti limping off as well after that run out when she put a dive in, and it just felt like may have done a little bit of damage to her left leg, but Greece will be hoping that was something temporary. Ooh, just chops that one back on. Inside edge. Well, I think Savani's injury will be a little bit more concerning for Greece. Of course, Savani with 32 wickets to her name over the course of her T20I career. So she's a very important bowler, and if she's unable to take part in the remainder of this match, they'll sorely miss her in that second innings. We'll take a look at the scorecard here for Greece. So as we can see, most of the scores so far in just the single digits. Sirioti, of course, struck a nice boundary, but was then run out trying to grab a second run. In Germany have done a really good job of turning the screws in these last couple of overs, keeping things very tight, and this run rate has dipped quite a bit for Greece. And well, the win predictor says it right there. Germany currently in a commanding position, 73% according to the win predictor. Of course, keep in mind this match started off at 50-50. The win predictor couldn't really separate these two sides, but Germany in a strong position here. Struck hard towards the leg side. That's going to be a run. They're going to look to get a run here. It was a bit of a yes-no. See, Makri was quite keen to get on strike, but I think it was the right call there by Yorgota to reject a single. Struck hard, struck firmly, but struck straight to the fielder. Well taken there by Sada Rangani. The third one bites the dust here for Greece. They've clamped down on the scoring, and they've now managed to pick up yet another wicket. Just the bat just turning in her hand a little bit there. Isn't quite able to get the power she wanted. Important wicket for Germany. Yorgota will depart having scored just the one run. And things looking pretty grim for the hosts at the moment after a rather encouraging start in that power play. Germany just showing their class over here. Take another look at that well-flighted delivery. Isn't quite able to control that shot as nicely as she would have liked. Good catch taken there at mid-off by Sada Rangani. Chance to, of course, just dive back into the chat. Great to hear from you, Ani Raghuvanshi. It's, of course, terrific to be back on comms. Got Wayne on as well. Mr. Maximov Vinisundu in the chat as well, of course. So he will be covering that exciting finals day over in Jersey alongside Danny Hudacek. Big day of cricket, of course. Got some action for you here in Corfu. Got finals day over in Jersey, and then we'll round things off with a nice nightcap over in Belgium, where Phil G will be taking you through the action. Got Con S in the chat as well. Yep, it is indeed me. Nishjaya will be taking you through this weekend's action. Good to be back on ECN. Very good morning to Helix as well. Kalimera. Helix is, of course, got the great privilege of bringing you this cricket from the gorgeous Greek island of Corfu. Oh, just another opportunity there for Germany. Tough one there for Ramisha Shahid. And it's another brilliant over from Germany. The skipper, Asmila Kohli, picks up a wicket and restricts Greece to just the one run in that over. So here's a look at what Phil G will be taking you through tonight in Greece. It's night 12 of 14 over in Belgium. The Brussels Warriors will be taking on Antwerp in an exciting double-header. Really looking forward to that. Should be a wonderful way to round out your evening after, of course, you caught some of the great action we have here in Corfu and over in Jersey. So it's going to be Kanukuntala bowling this 8th over. Struck towards mid. Oh, it's going to be a tight single, and oh, backing up. I've got to say, by the fielder at point. Gonna have to find some boundaries here, Greece. They really will. That run rate has dipped a lot. It's gone under a run a ball after hovering around 8 during the early stages of this innings. Just wide down the leg side. Sliding down the leg side. I think all the stumps were visible over there. You could see the appeal. wasn't the most enthusiastic. I'd just say it was a couple of fielders were rather enthusiastic with their appeal, but the rest of the team were pretty convinced that there was no way that was going to be given out. Always gets a little bit of bottom edge along the way. Is that enough to race away for a boundary? Not quite. Just going to slow up along the outfield. Ashwini Balaji. We'll get to that one. Just going to be a single. Oh, down the leg side. That one is going to be a wide. Doesn't really get her line right there, Kanukuntla. That would have been a wide to the left-hander as well. The wicket, and that is a terrific comeback. He's castled her there. And Vervitsiotti will depart without troubling the scorers. That is a wonderful bit of bowling. Didn't quite get her line right in the previous ball with a wide, but this time it's right on the money. Yeah, you can see she swung hard over there, but it's going to strike the top of the leg stump. Another one bites the dust for Greece. Just straightens a little bit, doesn't it? It's angling in. The ball straightened. Goes on to strike the stumps. And Germany right now firmly in command. Greece just not able to get any runs. Scoring has seriously dried up. And, well, they've got to keep the morale high here, don't they, Greece? It's a long day of cricket for them. 3 T10 matches for these two teams, so it's important they don't drop their heads in the very first innings of the opening match of our weekend of cricket. Ball over there, and it's very nicely played with soft hands. Could there be a chance for a run out there? And it's 4s across the board now for Greece. 44 for 4. Gotta say, Greece have run well between the wickets. They've certainly looked to take every opportunity they can to pinch a single. Straight down the ground. It's just going to fall short of Kohli at mid-off. And it's a big throw towards the keeper's end. And I think she's just made it back there safely, Daphne. Let's just take a look at this. Oh, well, looks a lot tighter than it did in real time, but... Oh, why? Well, certainly just looking at it from the naked eye, I thought Daphne had made it quite safely, but yeah, I think there's enough evidence there to suggest that Daphne is in. You've got a question coming in here from Johnny Hisham asking what game is being played just behind us in white. It's croquet. Got a few people playing croquet behind us. Cricket and croquet, two sports starting with CR, both being played right next to each other. I think we're at the right sport. Much rather be covering the cricket than the croquet. No offense to any croquet fans. So 2 overs left in this innings. Greece going at just under a run of ball, 45 for 4. Probably going to need to find a way to at least get another 20 to 25 runs in these next couple of overs to keep things exciting in that second match. And yep, there it is. Getting a look at some of the croquet players right next to us. Big swing and struck hard. Just bobbles a little along the ground, so that wasn't easy for Sadarangani, and she's actually fielded that terrifically well. You've got to say the boundary riders for Germany have been terrific. Sadarangani That square leg, and of course Garcia out at cow corner. The two of them have done a stellar job with their fielding. Push towards cover. They're going to look to pinch a single here, and well, they will get it. Struck hard towards square leg, and you can just hear a big shot of Bame. Let's go in Greek ringing out from the dugout. Still cheering their side on. They want to get every run they can over here, Greece. There's going to be a rare wide bowled by Kohli. Kohli usually so tight, and very rarely see her give away extras. Nice ball there. Gets that one absolutely spot on. That's with the Kohli, of course. Was brilliant last year, picking up 8 wickets and an economy rate of just 7. Really captured the headlines with her terrific performance against Jersey when she had figures of 4 for 11, and she'll get a run out over here as well. That's going to be the end for Vlachopoulou. Can't fault them though. Greece really have to go for the jugular here. They've got to take risks, got to try to get every run they can now that we're at the end of this innings. Once again, just it's the old drop and run. And it's a nice underarm throw there towards Kohli, and Vlachopoulou well short of her ground. That's going to be the end for Daphne. Well, if she walks, and certainly gave it a good go, but Greece well short of where they would like to be right now. 2 runs, 4 deliveries for Daphne Vlachopoulou. Just see a slight bit of hesitation before she set off for that run, but I think even without that hesitation, she would have still been in trouble. Good throw as well by Tina Goff. 2 veteran campaigners for this German side, and Tina Goff and Smita Kohli combining for that last wicket. So the 9th over comes to an end. Greece find themselves 49 for 5. It's going to be interesting to see who bowls this last over for Germany. They've got plenty of options. They've used a plethora of bowlers so far. 7 different bowlers over the course of these 9 overs, and you just wonder if they might even give an 8th bowler an opportunity. Just taking a look at some of the figures over there. Ramisha Shahid did go for 11 runs in her first over, but I think there was plenty of encouragement for her. Was getting some lovely shape back into the right-handers, the talented left arm seamer. And I see some terrific figures there for the captain, Smita Kohli. 1 for 5 over the course of the 2 overs she bowled. It's going to be Amea Kanukuntla who's going to bowl this final over. Oh, that is an absolute peach of a delivery. Angling in, seams away. Good luck playing that. Good luck playing that. Not quite what Teresa would have wanted to face on her very first delivery. Seaming away as well. This is good bowling here. Teresa just has to find a way to get some bat on ball. I think both her and Makri look to run hard between the wickets. Just try to get a few extra runs here for Greece. And unable to get bat on ball once again. It's the 2nd wicket here for Kanukuntla. Terrific death over bowling by her. Absolutely wonderful. Yet to see a run scored so far in this final over of the innings. That is some top bowling. Let's just take a look at that. I mean, look at how much that ball just seams away there to strike the stumps. I mean, many would have thought that there was maybe just a a flick off the pads or something to cause that kind of deviation, but no, just seam movement. Let's take another look at this. Oh, absolute gem of a delivery. That one really should have probably gone down the leg side, but nope. Comes back, clatters onto the leg stump. Kanukuntla grabs her second wicket. Wonderful bowling and a wonderful effort by Germany so far. The away team coming into Greece here for this absolutely vital series, and they've started off just the way they would have wanted with their bowling and fielding. Khrisa Kanta is the new batter, the left-hander. 3 balls left in this innings. Get some bat on ball over there, and that's absolutely vital. Just get bat on ball. I think they would have wanted Adamantia Makri to maybe face a few more deliveries so far this over. She's been out there for quite a while. Just take a look at that. That was a wonderful direct hit, wasn't it? It really was. Well, looks to go hard over there. Was there an edge? Was there something? I wonder if that noise the German side heard was just a bat scraping the pitch along the way. Let's just take a look. Ooh, well, certainly wasn't that. I wonder where the noise would have come from. A big appeal there by Germany, but it's still a dot ball. Here we go, last ball of the innings. And it's struck straight towards the fielder at mid-off. They're going to have to set off and try to go for the run anyway. And it's going to be a dot ball. Makri unable to make it safely towards the non-striker's end. A terrific final over here for Kanukuntla. Just the 1 run coming off it. And he couldn't have asked for a better way to close out the inning from the German point of view. Let's take a look at this once again. Makri striking it straight towards the captain, Kohli. And what a day she's had so far. Been terrific in the field, bowled incredibly well, and marshaled her troops to success as well. So we have now come to the end of this innings, and we'll take a look at the highlights of some of the key moments. So that was the first boundary we saw this innings. It was courtesy of a minimo. You can just see a little bit of confusion over there. One of the Greek batters just off camera thought that they might get a chance to bat over here, and unfortunately she's just been informed that, well, the innings has come to an end. That's it, you know. You're not going to get a chance to bat. But just returning to the highlights, just take a look at this wicket right there. That was a terrific ball by Shahid, just spoiling what was an exceptional first over for Greece until that point. And then Tina Goff kept things very tight, managed to draw an edge over here. She brought that slip fielder in and was desperately unlucky that it wasn't a wicket. As you can see, it was a tough chance there for Ashwini Balaji. Iris Edwards looked very encouraging when she was out there bowling. That was a tough chance for Tina Goff. Managed to get her hands to it, but wasn't quite that easy to grasp. We did see some nice boundaries struck by the skipper Maria Siriotti and Angeliki Savani. Of course, unfortunately, both those batters who struck those boundaries would hobble off the field. The captain, Siriotti, put that dive in and was limping after that. I've just been taking a look at the dugout in between, and gotta say, Siriotti, she doesn't really look 100% fit at the moment. It'll be interesting to see if she will be able to bowl in the second innings. That's for Angeliki Savani. Well, as I mentioned her stats earlier, someone with 25 T20I wickets to her name, and she doesn't look in great shape either at the moment. We just had a look at Maria Vervicciotti's wicket. This was, of course, that wonderful run out where 2 of the experienced campaigners of this German side combined in Asmita Kohli and Tina Goff. It would be the end of Daphne Vlachopoulou, and this was an absolute peach of a delivery by Amea Kingsley to get rid of Teresa. Here was the last delivery of this innings, a run out to get rid of Adamantia Makri, faced 21 deliveries during her time out in the middle. Of course, a bit of a kamikaze run there. It was the last ball of the inning, so they kind of had to go for it. They had to take that risk. Here's a quick look at the scorecard for Greece. Of course, Adamantia Makri facing the most balls, 13 of the 21 deliveries she faced, but of course they couldn't quite get that acceleration they wanted during that middle portion of the innings. They were looking pretty decent at the end of the third over, 23 for 2 at the end of the power play, 31 for 2 at the end of the fourth over. They managed to pick up 8 runs in that fourth over, which Tina Guff bowled, but really they just put the clamps on their scoring during overs 5 to 7, when we saw just 7 runs scored over the course of those 3 overs. And Usman Kohli, of course, picked up a wicket as well during that stage. And we'll now take a look at the German bowling figures. Terrific all around. Ramisha Shahid, of course, bowling just that 1 over, which went for 11 runs, the most expensive over in this innings. But she did manage to get a wicket off the last ball of the over, which is absolutely vital from the German perspective. But yeah, they'll be very encouraged looking at those figures. A great all-around effort here for Germany as they restrict the host Greece to just 50 runs. Germany in a commanding position, and they'll need just 51 runs in this second innings to grab a win in the opening match of what should be an exciting weekend of cricket here in Corfu. We'll take a short break and we'll be right back on your screens for the second innings of match 1.
me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back. We are set for the start of the second innings. Germany find themselves in a commanding position as they restricted the hosts Greece to just 50 runs in that first innings. We're, of course, taking a look at the beautiful scenery around the Marina Cricket Ground here in Corfu. We'll have a look at the bonus point equation here as well. So if Germany are able to achieve this target in 7 overs or less, they will pick up a bonus point. And if Greece can do something highly unlikely, borderline miraculous, and restrict Germany to 35 or less, then Greece will leave with the bonus point. I don't think there'll be too much talk of bonus points in that Greek camp right now. It'll be quite a steep task for them to restrict Germany to under 50. And not only that, there's also going to have to be a little bit of damage limitation from the Greek point of view. They don't want to get behind the 8 ball early and suffer a huge, potentially bonus point defeat to start things off. That would put them in a lot of pressure heading into the next couple of matches. So they'll want to take this game as deep as they can. And if things get a little bit nervy in those last couple of overs, and Greece will probably be hoping to pinch it that way, but got to say, Germany in a commanding position right now, and the tourists will be fancying their chances to take at least 3 and maybe even 4 points from this opening match. We're going to see Wilhelmina Garcia getting set to face the first ball. We got Vijaya Raghavan, who was stellar behind the stumps in the first innings. At the non-strikers end, Garcia, of course, are patrolling that cow corner boundary with great proficiency. Here we go, 2 slips in place for Greece. Nice attacking approach. Lakopoulou with the first ball. That's a terrific delivery to start off. Nice line and length. And just seams away as well. There's a line, so the first run here for Germany. Comes courtesy of an extra. When there's struck hard, but struck straight towards point and fielded quite well in the end. Lavervizioti, which will ensure that Germany can pick up just the 1 run. toss struck towards mid-off, and gotta say, some very rapid running over there by Vijayaraghavan, who was flying towards that non-striker's end. She gets off the mark on her very first ball. Germany just keeping that scoreboard ticking. Run a ball is more than enough for them to win this game pretty comfortably. Oh, nicely played. That was a good ball. Nice line and length, and well dealt with by Garcia, who picks up another single. So I just wonder if Greece might look to maybe move someone into that score-like position just to ensure that Germany can't get a single by just clipping one off their pads there. Really behind the 8 ball here, Greece. They've got to make sure that all their fielders are nice and tight in on the one. Can't afford to give up these singles to Germany. It's up in the air, could be a catching chance, and it's taken! What a terrific catch there by Adamantia Makri, and that is just what Greece needed. It's a top edge. It flew up in the air. Really well taken. Important catch, and that was a difficult catch as well. Had to backpedal a fair bit over there, Makri, but she will hold on to that catch. Huge moment here for Greece. Yeah, they're looking to pull off something pretty remarkable in the second innings. Watched it really well. Takes it nicely. And Greece get the early breakthrough they so desperately needed. Vijayaraghavan, it was brilliant in that first innings. Where their wicket keeping is going to have to depart, having scored just the 1 run over here. Isn't able to contribute as much as she would have liked with the bat in hand. Good catch over there, really good catch. And the Greeks get that early breakthrough, and well, this is not a sight that too many players want to see. A really talented batter here, and Nicole Kingsley coming in at number 3, desperately want to get her wicket. That's nicely played there by Kingsley. Is that going to go away for a 4? It was a bit of a full toss, and it is punished. And that is why Kingsley is such a feared batter in European cricket. Clips that one away wonderfully. Just closes the face of the bat. And away that goes for 4 runs. 8 runs coming off that first over for Germany. That's more than enough for them to win this game. So here's a quick reminder that it's been 63 matches since we last had a golden ball on the European cricket. Now we've got 3 T10 games coming up for you today here in Corfu, and of course T20 action over the weekend. So well, if we're going to get our golden ball in Greece, it's going to have to come today. So, well, let's see if we can get it. Can these two sides deliver us a golden ball? Oh, this could be a no ball, and it is a no ball. So even though the catch is put down, it's not going to matter too much. It was a tough chance anyway. Of course, Adamantia Makri, who took a brilliant catch in that first over, has come in here to bowl. That one, of course, well above waist height. And in the end, that was just catching practice. As there was, of course, no doubt that one was a no ball. And then, do they want to have another look at this here? I think that's what the square leg umpire indicated, just suggesting they want to take another look at that. I think it was pretty clear that was a no ball, and that's the message that has been sent. So, free hit. And this one is struck firmly towards square leg. It wasn't quite able to middle that as nicely as she would have liked, Nicole Kingsley, but I can just see some of the talent she possesses from these early shots she's played. Dangerous batting lineup. Very dangerous batting lineup that Germany has. Of course, still have the likes of Tina Goff to come as well, and we of course know what a fine resume she boasts. There's a wide, gonna have to keep extras to an absolute minimum here, Greece. Don't have enough runs to play with. Oh, terrific delivery, just goes up and an appeal over there, but you could see quite a gap there between bat and ball. That's right on the money. Tough to play that one. Wasn't quite sure whether to go forward or back. That's more like it though. From Greece, some encouraging signs for them with the ball in hand. These first 8 or so deliveries. Gets the length spot on that one, just right on the pads, and you can just see it. Shouts of bravo, Adamantia, well done. Adamantia getting a lot of praise from her teammates here. Nice ball as well, just drifting away from the batter. Full toss, oh, struck hard straight at the fielder, and boy, that was a stellar effort there by Daphne Vlachopoulou. Let's take another look at this. It was a full toss, it was there to be struck, and oh, boy, really putting her body on the line there, and you know, they've copped a few blows, this Greek side. Of course, we mentioned that a couple of players went down during that first innings. We saw 2 injuries there as they were desperately trying to salvage some runs, running hard between the wickets. And we can now see Daphne just doing everything she can over there, just put her boot to try to stop that going away from a 4. And use a bit of goalkeeping skills rather than traditional cricket fielding skills there to try to ensure that one doesn't go away for 4 runs. So got to say the intensity is there from Greece so far this innings. Here we go, the last ball of the second over. Can Greece get another breakthrough? Once again, a top of the bowling by Makri. Another Mantia Makri, after taking a terrific catch in the first over, follows it up with a brilliant bit of bowling in the second. Could we be in for a potential upset here from Greece? Can they make this a really exciting one? You'd think Germany are on top with the win predictor fancying them at 90%, but these first 2 overs haven't been too bad from a Greek perspective. Let's see what Greece does over here. Do they go back to Yorgota? Did pick up a wicket in that first over, or do they try someone different? It looks like they will give Yorgota the second over. Just might want to check the height on this one. We'll take a look at this one side on. Okay. Nice running between the wickets here by Germany. They'll pick up a couple of runs. Let's just have a look at that. Is that dipping down in time? Might just be. Yeah, by the looks of it, might just be. So Got the 2 runs over here. Pulled that one away nicely there. Nicole Kingsley, who's been the primary source of acceleration for this German side. And nice ball there by Yorgot, the fuller length, looking to draw Kingsley into that drive. They, of course, do have that wideish slip fielder. It's a full toss and struck towards mid-wicket. Chance for a run out here. Chance for a run out. And they'll pick up a single. It was a little nervier than Germany would have liked. You just wonder if that throw was a bit stronger. Could there have been a chance to make that a bit more interesting? Garcia is back on strike over here. Should be an interesting battle between her and Yorgota. Garcia looks to go down the ground, and she'll pick up a run. They just pushed both mid-off and mid-on all the way back to the edge of the ring. The 2 of them were just a few feet in closer earlier. Now towards backward point, and they'll take another single here. So smart batting, you've got to say, by Germany. Singles will be enough for them, and it's going to be a real tactical conundrum here for Greece. They can't afford to let this German side just pick up those singles, so are they going to just push those fielders in a little bit tighter? And, well, then, of course, you risk that a few might just go past them, and you end up giving up 2, 3, or maybe even 4 runs. End of the power play. Germany are 17 for 1. They're actually behind what Greece were at this stage. Of course, Greece were 23 for 2, but it was really between overs 5 to 7 where we saw Germany clamp down, giving up just 7 runs during that period. As you can see from the graph, which has just come up, Greece also just losing a few wickets at the wrong time. Germany, of course, they are aware of what their target is, so they won't take any unnecessary risks. They'll just try to see this one through to the finish line. And it looks like Adamantia Macri will be bowled out as well. So both the opening bowlers going to be bowled out for Greece. Continuing round the wicket here, and Macri really enjoying a lot of success around the wicket. It's a nice length, I'm going to say here by Macri. Kind of that hard length. It's tough to decide whether to go forward or come back, and boy, this is going to be a good battle. Quality bowler in Macri against a real quality batter in Nicole Kingsley. It's a little bit short there, and that's what happens when you go short against Nicole Kingsley. That is firmly pulled away for a boundary. Just sat up nicely for Kingsley, who pulls that one away with real fervor. The way that goes for a boundary, and they do have a substitute fielder in Kula out in the deep, but there was no way she was going to get to that. They've just moved her a touch straighter than what she was, where she was before. She's a lot squarer than where she's standing right now. Nice change of length there for Macri. Goes a lot fuller this time around. That was right up there. Just to go shorter once again, and that's going to be the treatment that delivery will get. Can't afford to go strong to Kingsley. So strong on that back foot, loves to pull the ball. Got to get it right up there. This one struck behind square leg, and it goes away for another boundary. So some of that pressure which Greece had tried to build up, it just feels like it's been released now with these consecutive boundaries. Germany back in an absolutely commanding position. Margin for error is so tight for Greece when you're defending a target of 51. And with the amount of runs that are left here for Germany, she can afford to leave one. Nicole Kingsley could just see that bonus point graphic come up as well. Germany can get 26 of 19. They can really get a statement win, grab a bonus point in the opening match. Straight towards cover, and we've seen her put in a great effort in that position. She, of course, copped a blow earlier as well, Daphne Lachopoulou, and she feels that one well too. So Germany going strongly now. They pick up 8 runs off that 4th over. And they're going at just a shade above a run of ball, which is, of course, more than enough to win this game. We're just seeing a comparison between these two teams. So Germany are actually behind what Greece were at this stage. Greece were 31 for 2 at the end of the 4th over, but of course the Greek collapse, or I should say Greece's struggles, really began during overs 5 to 7 when they picked up just 7 runs of 3 overs. That's really when Germany was able to clamp down on the scoring. Maria Siriotti, the captain herself, is coming in to bowl this 5th over. That was struck out towards Alexandra Kurkulu. It was that deep, fine leg. So Siriotti, we were wondering if she'd be fit enough to bowl in this 2nd inning. She was, of course, limping off the field after injuring herself in that 1st innings. It's good to see the captain in shape and able to bowl. Desperately going to need her over the course of this series. And losing your captain to injury during the very first game would have been a devastating blow for the Greeks. That's been given a wide. Just see if it kisses some line along the way. Well, it's a tight one, really is. Oh dear. Well, that's not going to be a tight one. That's definitely a no ball. Just slipping out of her hands there. It's not the best delivery there by the captain. I think she knows she's made a bit of a howler. And Garcia does well to get some bat on that, get the single. And it's probably the worst possible outcome for Greece, as the dangerous Nicole Kingsley, batting on 18 of just 13 deliveries, is going to be on strike for this free hit. Oh, it's a nice ball there by Siriotti. Terrific delivery. Tipping Yorker right on Kingsley's toes, and that's where you've got to bowl to Kingsley. You've got to keep that length nice and full. Anytime you go a little short to Kingsley, she can just rock back and play that pull shot, which she loves so much. Lowish full toss struck towards cow corner. The ball bobbled a little bit as it went towards Alamandia Macri, and she's able to handle that quite well. Gotta say, both these sides have been exceptional in the field so far this series. Saw Germany do a great job in that 1st innings, and Greece, they've been on it in the field as well. Up in the air, chance for a catch, and oh, it's been spilt. And chance of Grigora quickly, just to try to fire that one back in towards the non-striker's end. And well, this is a commentator's curse. Did we get our first commentator's curse of this series? Just praised Greece's fielding prior to that delivery. And not the easiest chance there for Argyropoulou. That one was hanging in the air for quite a bit, but Johanna just wasn't quite able to bring that one in. And then, of course, there was just a half a chance for a run out as well. End of the 5th over. Germany are 34 for 1. Here's to take a look at the upcoming events on the European Cricket Network. So a bumper day of action here on ECN. Of course, alongside us, we got that terrific series over in Jersey. It's finals day over in Jersey, and got Danny Hudacek alongside Mr. Maximo Vinny Sundu on the call, and got a brilliant night series as well. Tonight's nightcap will be over in Belgium, where, of course, Phil G will be taking you through the action. Here's a look at what to expect on finals day over in Jersey. Some exciting matches, of course. So the Central Commanders currently 125 for 2. 7 overs into their first innings. They're taking on the Western Towers in the Eliminator, and of course got the Eastern Royals and the Southern Spitfires in Qualifier 1. Flipped away towards mid-wicket. Well dealt with, and a very strong throw as well. That was a direct hit too. Gotta say, seen a couple of good direct hits by both these sides. We saw one earlier. Oh, shouts to catch it, and it was a tough chance. It was a sharp chance. Went towards Elpida. Got a hand to it. Would have been an absolute blinder of a catch if she'd been able to take that. So you got to put that down as run saved. Full toss, struck hard, struck firmly. And that's going to go away for a boundary. Got to say, anytime there's been a bad ball, Germany have been able to capitalize. In particular, Nicole Kingsley. Kingsley's really just taken this game by the scruff of the neck, and she's the reason that Germany have just been able to pull away. And Greece now, well, they've got to make sure they don't give up a bonus point here. Just 11 runs needed of 9 deliveries now for Germany to get that. Yeah, this is struck out towards square leg. It's actually heading towards the commentary position. I was trying to make my way there, but the cable just isn't quite long enough to get towards that ball. It's nice and deep in the crease over there, is able to work that away. And off it went for 4 runs. So Kingsley with back-to-back boundaries here. And now just 7 needed of 8 for Germany to pick up the bonus point. You've got to say, it's firmly in position to take all 4. And that struck hard. Just 1 bounce over the rope, and that goes for a 4 as well. Kingsley accelerating, shifting up the gears, trying to get her side. All 4 points in this opening match, and you can just see now Greece, all that encouragement and excitement they had at the start of this innings has begun to disappear, and the home team look very deflated at the moment. Just 3 needed of 7 now. You'd expect Germany to take all 4 points from here. Is she going to do it in style, Kingsley? Is it going to be 4 boundaries in a row? And this is going to be out towards mid-on, and it's going to be a single, so not a great outcome from Greece's point of view, as Kingsley will keep strike heading into the 7th over. Germany needs just 2 runs in the 7th over to pick up a bonus point, as it looks like Greece are staring at a humbling defeat to start off this weekend's ECI-W series. We'll take a look at the scorecard. So we saw Karthika Vijayaraghavan depart for just 1 run of 2 deliveries. A brilliant catch by Adamandia Makri out at square leg. And at that point, he just thought Greece had their tails up and maybe had a chance to pull off something spectacular. But then out came Nicole Kingsley playing a brilliant counter-attacking innings. She has snuffed out any hope this Greek side may have had to pull off an unlikely win. So just the 1 run needed now for Germany to wrap this one up. One needed of 4. Now Garcia has spent quite a bit of time out in the middle, but strike rate has been 50. And she gets some bat on ball here and get the run Germany need to pick up the bonus point. Struck towards mid-on, and that should be the win for Germany as they will pick up the run, and Germany will successfully chase this down with 3.3 overs to spare. It's a 9-wicket victory for the German cricket side. Now they'll also pick up all 4 points, so a commanding win to start off their campaign here in Corfu. The tourists have waltzed into Greece's home turf and dispatched them with relative ease in this first match. Greece really have their backs up against the wall. Got 2 more T10 matches coming up for you today. But right now, Germany are in a commanding position. And Greece are going to have to go back to the drawing board here. And I think it really all comes down to their batting for them. Weren't quite able to make enough runs, but Nicole Kingsley will steal the headlines in this second innings with her brilliant 34 of 22 deliveries. We'll take a look at the highlights of what was a rather short second innings. That was the first wicket and the only wicket that Greece was able to pick up in this innings. A great catch there by Adamantia Makri off the bowling of Nefeli Yorgota, but the story of this innings is Nicole Kingsley, who came out and dispatched this Greek side with ease. We saw her play some brilliant pull shots. You can't afford to give her any kind of length. You can just see she loves to rock back, go nice and deep in that crease, and get that one away for a boundary. Saw some great stroke play by her. 6 fours over the course of her innings. Batted with an incredible strike rate of 154. And Greece simply had no answer for Nicole Kingsley's ferocious batting. Wilhelmina Garcia, of course, had the best seat in the house, watching from the other end, making 9 runs of 17 deliveries, and then of course picking up that single right at the end to see her side over the finishing line. We'll have a look at the German scorecard here. Germany, of course, off to a dream start in this ECI-W series. They pick up a win in the opening match, a commanding bonus point victory, all thanks to some brilliant work by Nicole Kingsley in this second innings. 34 runs of 22 deliveries for her. And of course, it was all set up so wonderfully in that first innings when Germany were able to restrict Greece to just 50 runs. We'll take a look at the bowling card here for Greece, and well, there was a bit of hope for them early when they were able to pick up that wicket of Kartika Vijayarago. Won a good catch by Adamantia Makri off the bowling of Yorgota. Yorgota and Makri both were bowled out in the first 4 overs, but ultimately they just had no answer for Nicole Kingsley, did they? She was batting superbly, and ultimately they struck a rock-hard barrier. So there's the match summary. Greece managed to muster just 50 runs in the first innings, thanks to very tight and disciplined bowling by Germany. And then Germany managed to chase this down with a good 3.3 overs to spare, which means they'll pick up the bonus point. They win this by 9 wickets, or an off to a dream start. We'll take a short break, and we'll be right back on your screens for match 2.
just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
We're all set for the start of match number 2 of our ECI-W series between Greece and Germany. Let's head out to the middle where match referee Jasmine Naim is alongside the captains of Greece and Germany, Maria Siriotti and Asmita Kohli.
Afternoon for Corfu again, so it's match 2 again. We're going to toss and Germany's going to call.
Heads.
It is a heads.
We'll bat first.
All the best. So Germany's won the toss. They're going to bat first.
Thank you very much.
So a big decision there by Germany, deciding to bat first this time around. Of course, they opted to chase when they won the toss this morning. So back-to-back toss wins for them. They'll be hoping that they can get back-to-back match wins too. So Germany will really be looking to put a big score on the board here and put some pressure on this Greece side. It really struggled with the bat in the first match, managed to muster just 51 runs. Boundary hitting in particular was a big issue for them. We'll take a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming game. Of course, Sofia Nefeli Yorgota with 45 points for Greece. Boy, was she exceptional with the ball in hand. Meanwhile, for Germany, of course, we can see that scoreboard doesn't quite include the points for the second innings, because if it did, boy, we certainly know one player who would have a lot of points for that German side. Wasn't she absolutely wonderful in the first innings with a brilliant knock of 34 with a strike rate of 154, of course, talking about Nicole Kingsley, who really took the game by the scruff of its neck. So the win predictor is now 80% in favor of Germany. It's become rather lopsided after being 50-50 prior to the start of the opening game. They really got their backs up against the wall here, Greece. It's a must-win match for them. If they don't win this game, then they will lose this ECI-W T10 series. Not something that they would want in the home opener. Both teams making their way out to the middle. Huge, absolutely huge matchup, of course. Nicole Kingsley has been rested for this game. Germany making a few changes. Milena Beresford is in for this match, as is Janet Runnels. Iris Edwards is the 12th player, of course. So she played in that first game and bowled so beautifully. Meanwhile, Greece, of course, bringing Kula in for this match. Chryssia Kanta is listed as the 12th player. Nicole Lorlianti is in for Greece as well and will be behind the stumps, replacing Chryssia Kanta, who wicket kept in that opening match. So it's going to be Tina Guff set to face the first ball. Of course, a very impressive resume for her in European cricket. Well over 1,000 T20I runs to her name, and is certainly making a name for herself in this format as well. Didn't get a chance to see her with a bat in hand in the previous match because she simply wasn't needed, as her teammates were able to get the job done. In particular, Nicole Kingsley, who of course stole the headlines with her 34 of just 20 deliveries. This time around, Tina Guff is going to open the batting, and she'll be looking to add some runs for her side. So here we go. We're set for the start of match number 2. And it's a big appeal over here, and that's a very good bit of bowling by Yorgota. His very first ball. Very good afternoon to a number of people who've got joining us in the chat. Thomas Martinez and Paul Kempin. That certainly was Very interesting, wasn't it? Quite tight. Good shout. Oh, it's a full toss. That one could be a no ball, and signal has been made by the square leg umpire. So it's getting that one wrong, getting it badly wrong after really nailing that first delivery. Let's just take a look at this. Yeah, as you can see, well above waist height. Well above waist height. Also just catch a few players going back from their croquet game when looking at that angle. So here we go, free hit coming up. Oh, looks to that's well taken, but of course it was a free hit, so it's not going to matter. And well, I think there's a little bit of confusion over here, and I think now the message has just been relayed to the Greek team that that was a free hit. It says, of course, so a no ball on the previous delivery, so yeah, it's not well taken catch in that position. But it's not going to matter. Of course, it was Adamandia Makari who took that catch. He's already taken a brilliant catch. So take a nice one at square leg in the first game, and a sharp chance taken by her there as well. Once again, outside edge. This was just going to fall short of Makari. You can't keep her out of the action, can you? Everything seems to be going towards her. She's been a bit of a magnet for the ball so far. Once again, gets the outside edge, just one hops towards her. Just a couple of feet short where she would have liked it. I think you just caught a glimpse of Marcus from our Two Circles production crew during the previous camera angle. Of course, got the great pleasure of working alongside Kristaps, Marcus, and Imans, of course, directing this broadcast for Two Circles. Full toss. It's going to be struck firmly towards point. Should have enough to go for a boundary, and it does. So, first four of this innings. Gets that one slightly wrong there, Nefeli. And the full toss is punished. Away it goes for a boundary. So not the best ball there by Yorgota. She kept things pretty tight to start the over off, but just takes the one slip up, doesn't it? And Kanukuntla right there to pounce on that mistake. Of course, Kanukuntla batted lower down the order. Didn't get a chance to bat in that previous match. Was listed to come lower down the order, but this time around they do have her opening. We'll get some nice bounce there. That one really just shot up and took off. You just take a look at that length. Look at where it pitches. It's quite full, and then, boy, did that take off. Ends up playing it just above waist height, so it's well negotiated, you'd have to say, as the first over comes to an end. Just the 6 runs coming off it. So here's a look at the ECI-W divisions, of course. The host nation, Greece, they are in the emerging division alongside Malta, Czechia, Croatia, and Sweden. Meanwhile, over in the challenger division, we can see Germany. Well, they will play against the likes of Italy, Spain, Austria, and Cyprus. And then the Premier Division, the real cream of European women's cricket, features England, Scotland, Ireland, Netherlands. Will all be bringing their 11s to the tournament, and Jersey, which is, of course, currently playing host to a brilliant men's ECS series. Of course, got Danny Hudacek and Mr. Maximo Vinny Sundu on the call over there. You did see the eliminator take place earlier, and oh, gets the wicket. We'll get back to that topic later. What a massive wicket here. And it is Tina Goff who's going to have to depart. A huge scalp for Greece. Getting rid of a player with over 1,000 T20I runs to her name. Oh, that was brilliant. A top bit of bowling coming round the wicket, angling that into the left-hander. This is going to be a great replay to watch. Just get another moment to see just what a terrific bit of bowling this was. Just kisses the top of the stumps along the way. You can just see it clips that bail along and just goes between that gap between bat and pad. There you go. Tina Goff will just have to look back at that delivery and say, well, I was done by a terrific bit of bowling. Not too much. That can be done when you come up against some real quality. Makri, she's had a superb day, hasn't she? Been terrific in the field. And now takes the all-important wicket of Christina Goff. So is there a chance here for Greece to make a few more inroads now that they have managed to get the most prized scalp in this German batting lineup? As Ronalds has come in at number 3, the new addition for Germany. Oh, plays that one away nicely behind point, and that's going to run away for a 4. So beautiful shot. Really nicely played. Just uses the pace of the ball and guides that one away behind point. Away it goes for 4 runs. Trickle over the rope. It's really nicely done there by Ronalds, of course. I did have a chance to see Ronalds practicing in the nets just prior to the start of this match, and she was actually asking that she be fed some balls on a shorter length, back of a length, and a bit wider, and she practiced that exact stroke a number of times. So, yeah, good to see her implementing something she practiced just a short while back. Oh, it's a full toss. Could also be a no ball, and the signal has been made. So, second no ball we've seen from Greece so far this innings, and yeah, definitely a no ball. Going to come down below the waist. So it's another free hit, the second free hit Kanukuntla is going to get to face. Of course, she presented a catch to Makri in the first over of the free hit. There was a little bit of confusion amongst the Greek team where they thought they had managed to get the wicket, but they just needed to be reminded that it was a free hit. Oh, it's a full toss. It struck straight towards mid-off. A little bit hard to handle there for Teresa. They'll just pick up a single here. All the Germans. Oh, nicely played. Good looking shot. Always lovely to see a cover drive, and then it's equally well fielded too. Certainly been up to the task in the field. Greece, you've seen them take some good catches, and their ground fielding has been exceptional as well, not letting anything slip past them. Oh, wonderful ball, back of a length delivery, just kind of cramping the batter for room. Kanukuntla couldn't do too much to that. Makri gets a wicket in the second over. It does go for 8 runs, so Germany find themselves 14 for 1 at the end of 2 overs. Here's a quick look at the standings so far this series. Germany, of course, managed to get an enormous victory in that first match, romping their way to a bonus point victory, taking all 4s. And Greece left the opening match empty-handed. They managed to muster just 50 runs in the first innings, Greece. And then Germany were able to chase that down in 6.3 overs. So it's going to be the skipper who's going to insert herself inside the power play here, Sirioti. Didn't see her bowl until the 5th over in the previous match, but here she is taking charge. Struck right into the pitch there by Ronalds, and just see calls of more of the same from the Greek team. Nicely played on the offside, and this one just evades Elpida Kalus. See, last time around she was able to get her body behind the ball, but on this occasion slips past her, just allows Germany pinch that extra run, so Ronalds will come back on strike. Sioti's just pushed Kalus back now towards deep cover. Two fielders outside the ring, of course, in the power play. One currently stationed at deep cover. That's Elpida Kalus, and over fine leg. Got a fielder in place as well. And oh, what a catch! What an incredible take! It's the second catch she's taken this innings. The first one didn't count because it was a free hit. This one certainly does. And it's an absolute humdinger of a take. A brilliant one-handed grab by a player who certainly stole the headlines so far today. It's Adamantia Makri with an absolutely brilliant catch. We'll take another look at this. Such a sharp chance. Looking to work that one away behind point again. And look at that one-handed grab with the right mitt. Boy, do they need that catch there, Greece. It's their second breakthrough this innings, and it couldn't have come in better fashion. Draws the edge. Janet Reynolds, who struck a 4 off the very first ball she faced, was looking to work that one away behind point again. We know she loves to play towards that area, but her innings will be cut short. And she's fallen prey to a brilliant bit of fielding. Gotta say, it's been two exceptional wickets here by Greece. We saw a beautiful bit of bowling by Makri herself to get rid of Christina Goff. And now, well, she's on the receiving end of an absolutely brilliant catch there to get rid of Janet Ronalds. It's Shravya Kolcharam, who has made her way out to the middle here for Germany. Little bit of pressure you'd feel now for this German side, having lost 2 wickets. Getting some nice away movement as well. They've really got their tails up here, Greece. A lot of enthusiasm in the field right now. They sense that there's a chance for them to really stamp their authority in this game. That is nicely played there by Kolcharam. It was a well-directed Fuller delivery, and she's worked that one away for a single. So off the mark is Kolcharam. And Kanu Kundla is back on strike. It's going to be important now for Kolcharam and Kanu Kundla to just put together a partnership here for Germany, help them rebuild, because either one of them depart cheaply. Could be curtains for Germany or close to them. End of the power play. Germany in a spot of bother. They find themselves 17 for 2. So we'll take a look at this power play so far. As you can see, 17 for 2 at the end of these 3 overs. The third over really went exceptionally from a Greek perspective. The skipper, Sidioti, able to get rid of Janet Reynolds thanks to fantastic one-handed grab by the Mandia Makri. Very optimistic appeal there. That one clearly sliding down to the leg side. It's Teresa who's coming in here to bowl. Let's see how she can do. Oh, struck hard, struck firmly. That's going to go away for a 4. One bounce over the rope. Just a little too short with her length over there, Teresa. Just gives Kolcharam the chance to rock back, use that length. And she pulls that one away for 4 runs there. Very good with their cross-batted strokes. You have to say this German side struck a lot of their boundaries through that mid-wicket region. Looks to go big again, and it's going to take a bit of fielding out in the deep end. Kurkulu certainly up to the task. Great job there, Alexandra. Make sure it doesn't get past her. Just the one run. Fielding standards have been very, very high these first couple of matches. One bounce, two bounces, and goes towards captain herself, Siriotti, who's currently standing at mid-off. Massive job here for Anukuntla and Culture to try to rebuild this innings after those two inroads for the Greeks in the power play. Need to make sure that run rate remains healthy as well. Here, Anukuntla and Culture gets the line slightly wrong there. Teresa. Struck hard towards mid-wicket. Well dealt with. That'll be the Kalus. Well, gets him bat on. That would have been wide anyway, but did she just get enough bat on it there? Kuntla to help it away for a 4. It's just going to hold up on the outfield. It's good running between the wickets as they'll grab a couple of runs here. So Germany side. Let's just take a look at this. So that was left alone. Would have been a wide and an extra ball, but Kuntla got some bat on it. Just wondering if that was enough to go away for a 4, but as you can see, he just slowed up on the outfield. But they do grab a couple of runs off the end of the over. So Germany find themselves 27 for 2 at the end of 4 overs. Big swing and a miss there for Culture. Viziotti is into bowl. The 5th over is a little bit expensive earlier today. Struck for consecutive boundaries to round out the innings in the first match. This is struck hard and ooh, well, slight misfield. Wasn't quite able to handle that as well as she would have liked there, Kurkulu, but it's going to hurt her side too much. Yeah, interesting comment here by Vedran saying that Germany looks like the better side, but the Greek ladies have also impressed him. Of course, Germany on paper, you would say, are probably the stronger of the two teams. They certainly came into this tournament, as I described earlier, as slight favorites. Greece, of course, do boast home advantage, but plenty of encouraging signs for Greece, regardless of the devastating result they faced in the first match. Struck hard and struck away for 4 runs. A beautiful shot by Culture. You can just hear that crunching shot as it came right out of the middle of the bat. Beautiful stroke over mid-on, and that will go away for 4 runs. So Germany getting some welcome boundaries over here. Culture in particular chipping in. It's a couple of boundaries for her. Much better length there. Much better length. I think Greece just can't afford to go too short. You can just see that. Whenever you go short against this German side, they're always more than capable of punishing you whether it be with their pull strokes or even some of those slaps straight down the ground. Struck hard, struck firmly. That's going to split the fielder at deep mid-wicket and wideish long on. Away it goes for 4 more runs. I think it was an attempted slower ball, but didn't quite get the line and length right, just a bit too much width. And away it goes for 4. So 3rd boundary of the innings there for Kolcharam. And Mitsiotti, she's been a bit too expensive so far today. Saw her go for a few runs in the first match as well. Can she turn it around on the last ball of her first over? Big. And is this going to carry? Not quite. Not quite. It'll just be a single. So good over from the German perspective. They'll get 11 runs off it, and they find themselves 38 for 2 at the end of 5 overs. So we are halfway through the first inning. It's time for in-game analysis brought to you by 1xBet. So the story so far has been we're involved in a real tug-of-war between this German and Greek side. Of course, Greece would have been the happier of the 2 teams at the end of the power play. They found themselves restricting Germany to just 17 for 2, thanks to some incredible work by Adamantia Makri, who got rid of Tina Guff and then held on to a blinder of a one-handed catch to get rid of Janet Reynolds. Oh, just playing away over cover. That's going to be a single, should say Janet Reynolds. And then these last couple of overs, though, Germany have come back strong, picking up 21 runs of the last 2 overs. Keeping the scoreboard ticking here, Germany. That's very important from their perspective. Keep the scoreboard ticking and then punish the odd bad ball for a boundary. I just wonder, though, if this partnership continues to balloon, when does Sidiotti bring herself back into the attack? When does Adamantia Makri come back for a second over? Up in the air. This is going to be a tough chance, but it's going to drop safely. Beyond the reach of any fielder. Struck hard and struck away. That's just going to be the 1 run. Nice ball there. Very good length by Teresa. Just important that she keeps it nice and full. I think whenever Greece have been able to keep that length full, it's been tough for the Germans to get it away. It's just every time that they drop it a little bit too short, that German here just able to get those boundaries. Beautiful ball again. It's very well played, you have to say, by Kolcharam. Does quite well to get a run out of that delivery. So Germany going along at just a shade above 7 and over. They find themselves 43 for 2 at the end of 6 overs. Just take a look at this scorecard, and of course there's a couple of early inroads for Greece. So they got rid of Tina Guff, the prized wicket, thanks to some brilliant bowling by Makri, just able to go in between that gap between bat and pad to clean up Christina Guff. And then, of course, she managed to grab an absolute humdinger of a catch to get rid of Janet Reynolds off the bowling of her own skipper, Maria Sidiotti. So I was just wondering if they would consider bringing back either Makri or Sidiotti for a second over here to break this partnership, but that's not the decision that's been made. Out towards long on, and well fielded there by Teresa, who bowled that previous over. Oh, what an absolutely beautiful ball. It's a nice length. Just gets that one to just seam away ever so slightly, and well, Kunikundla will be glad that it hasn't caught the edge of her bat along the way. Beautiful bit of bowling there by Verviciotti. It's going to take a couple of bounces before going towards the fielder at mid-off. That is captain herself, Siriotti. So it's important that Verviciotti just keep things quite tight in this over. Expect that be Yorgota, Macri, and Siriotti to bowl the last three. All three of them have 1 over left. Struck hard, and it's gonna bounce safely. But they will come back here for a couple of runs, the Germans. Good running between the wickets. It was a humongous shot, but just didn't quite have enough to go towards the boundary, and dealt within the deep in the end as well. Struck away towards extra cover, and that's a no-doubter. It's going to go away for a boundary. Well, this is a replay we could watch again and again. It's a gorgeous-looking shot. Look at that balance. Big forward stride. Plays that through the line beautifully. And away it goes for 4. Trickles over the rope. And it's a welcome boundary for Germany. Greece are just trying to keep things pretty tight these last couple of overs, but Germany get a much-needed boundary there. That's the first time I think I've ever seen a Chatter's curse. Helix just set some good tight bowling going on here at present. And as soon as he messages that, we immediately see a wide. So it's going to be interesting. Chatter's curse versus commentator's curse. Which one will we see more often over the course of this weekend? Goes a bit too short there, and that's gone away for a 4. And that's just a little bit of rough medicine here for Greece. Anytime they've dropped it a little too short, they have been punished. I think they did a good job these last couple of overs, just keeping their lengths nice and full, but dropped too short. And it's pulled away. Gorgeous shot. Here's a look at the action we have coming up for you tonight in Brussels. Our nightcap features the Brussels Warriors against Antwerp. Both these sides currently locked in at 19 points each. Just 0.4 separating them in terms of net run rate. So an absolutely massive match for both these teams. I think it could determine their fate for the remainder of this tournament. So it's the captain who's going to bowl the 8th over. Starts off with a really nice ball there. Really, really good delivery. Calls him more of the same. Ringing out over there from terrific ball in the channel. Really tough there for Kunikundla to face. You can just see Culture maybe just getting a little bit twitchy and frustrated at the other end. She just wants to get back on strike, especially the way that she's batting. 32 of 20, playing a Nicole Kingsley-esque innings, similar to the kind of innings that Kingsley played for Germany in the first match. Another great ball there by Siriotti, and you can just see some acknowledgement coming for Siriotti from the coaching staff as well, saying bravo, bravo. They'll have to peel over here, but drifting down the leg side, and they will pick up a single. Colcherdam was very eager to get to the striker's end, and why not? This is going to be the big battle here. Colcherdam, the set batter, on 32 of 20, going up against the captain. Oh, these are an enormous couple of balls, aren't they? If Siriotti's able to pick up her wicket, it could be humongous for Greece. Gets an edge, and well, looks like that's going to go away for a boundary. It was struck hard, flashed hard at it. Is it going to just stop short of the rope? It actually will in the end. And Makri's there to clean it up. They will take a couple of runs here, though, Germany. I was just wondering if that had enough to get to the rope. It didn't in the end. Looked like it would have for just a moment, but it just slows up on the outfield, short of the rope. No, looks to go towards mid-wicket, and there was a, I won't even say half a chance, more like a quarter of a chance there for Kula. Just put her hand out, but the ball just kind of went a little bit too far towards the right. I wonder if it just clipped her fingers, something along the way. She does seem to be nursing that right hand, so she might have been able to get her fingertips to it. Germany find themselves 60 for 2 at the end of the 8th over. 2 big overs coming up here. Really could determine how this match goes. Siriotti, of course, now bowled herself out. She'll end up with figures of 1 for 6 at the end of her 2 overs. Very, very impressive figures. I'd expect Yorgota and Adamantia Makri to bowl these remaining 2 overs. So it all happens in the 9th, as we say on ECN, and it's Makri bowling the penultimate. We'll start off with a dot ball, so Kolchidam on strike here to start off this 9th over. Oh dear. Oh dear, that's a definite no ball. Gets that one badly wrong, and it's going to be a minimum, so does have the tendency, Makri, of bowling the odd no ball. We saw her bowl a big no ball in the first over she delivered as well. This one, probably the most horrendous we have seen so far today. Slips out of her hands, away for a minimum, and that is just going to relieve a little bit of pressure on this German side. Oh dear. And now Kolchidam, the informed batter, she's got a free hit coming up. It's going to be a wide, so still a free hit here. That's 6 runs donated to the German cause without a legal delivery bowled so far. Looks to go big, crash, bang, wallop. Doesn't have enough to go towards the rope. It's going to fall just short. They're going to push hard. They're going to run hard here for a second run, and they'll be able to make it. So good running between the wickets once again. Kanukuntla covering her ground really, really quickly. It's a flat batted stroke straight down the ground. And it just holds up on this outfield. 2 more runs to the German cause. A bit of an inside edge, and that's going to be a single. Clips that one away towards square leg. Could be a tight single here, but you can see that Kolchidam will get to the striker's end fairly comfortably. I'll grab a run over here. It's just reaching that point in the afternoon, aren't we? It's about 2:06 local time, and it's just important that both these sides maintain their focus, especially if you're in the field. You get those sort of afternoon lulls, especially after you've had a bit of lunch, and it's important to keep those energy levels and focus going. That's wide there by Makri. Just getting it a little bit wrong here, isn't she? He's bowled a couple of no balls. Struggling with wides as well. Needs to keep things tight here. Can't let this match get away from her side in this over. Struck towards the offside. They'll pick up a single. Now this is going to be interesting here from Kanukuntla's perspective. I wonder if Kultura would deny her a single at this stage just so she can maintain strike at the start of the next over. I mean, if you're Kanukuntla, you should honestly look at this as just sort of a free hit. If you lose your wicket, it's not a big deal. And in the end, I don't think her partner at the non-strikers was too keen to get a single regardless, but a single most certainly wasn't on. But yep, I think it's quite clear there, and you can't falter that Kultura wants to be on strike at the start of the 10th over, and that's not too bad an outcome from the German perspective either. We'll take a look at the bowling figures here for Greece, and Makri just kind of spoiling her figures in that second over. Bowled superbly in the first, got that important wicket of Christina Guff, but the captain herself, Maria Siriotti, the pick of the bowlers, 1 for 6 in the 2 overs she's bowled. So the very Yorota, who gave up just 6 runs in the first over she bowled, will bowl the final over of this innings. Struck hard, struck firmly behind square leg. That goes away for 4 runs. You just can't afford to give any length to these two batters, in particular Kultura, once again able to just rock back and helps that away behind square leg for a boundary. Boy, was that struck beautifully. It's got to keep it full against this German team. You really do. I think Greece had most of their success early in this innings when they were bowling nice and full lengths to this side. Anytime you dig it in short, players of Kultura's quality will punish you. Helped away towards fine leg. Are they going to push for a second? A second run should be on over here. It's going to require a lot of hard running, but she'll be able to make it back over their Kultura. We've got to say though, Kanukuntla not going at the same rate as her teammate, but she's been just as important to Kultura's innings. Kanukuntla's communication has been great running between the wickets. She's made some good calls and has ran very, very hard. Just allowed her partner to convert a lot of these singles into doubles. Kultura is 5 runs away from a half century. High up in the air, and where is this going to land? Safely just beyond the reach of Daphne Vlachopoulou. And they'll come back for another couple of runs. So running between the wickets during the course of this partnership has been absolutely exceptional. Now Kultura has 3 balls left in this innings to get those 3 runs she needs to make a 50. What an honor would that be for her to get an international T10 half century. Struck well towards the offside, but they'll just take a single here. So, well, Kanukuntla will have to get a single here to put Kultura back on strike if she wants to get that 50. Oh dear, oh dear. Gets that one badly wrong over there, Giorgota. We've seen some huge no balls by Greece during this innings. That's another one that's just slipped out of her hands, and well, such a huge no ball. You can't even see it in that camera angle. There we go. Free hit coming up for Kanukuntla. Oh, it's going to be a dot ball, so Looks like Culturum won't be able to reach her 50 unless, of course, this next ball is an extra and they're able to get Culturum on strike to face the last legal delivery. There we go. Last ball of the innings coming up. Germany with a nice recovery in the second half of this innings to get themselves up to the 80s. Bit of width on offer there. It was struck hard towards point, and that went to the captain herself, Maria Siriotti, who had the pick of the bowlers, who was the pick of the bowlers in this innings. I wonder if she's been able to make it back safely over here. We'll just take a look at this replay, and yeah, she is in nice and safely here. Kanukuntla has run very well between the wickets. Obviously, it won't get the same plaudits as her teammate, who falls just 2 runs short of half century, making 48 of 31. But make no mistake, Kanukuntla's running between the wickets, and her communication played an important part over the course of that partnership. Let's take a look at the highlights of this innings. Tina Guff opened the batting alongside Amea Kanukuntla, and Guff would depart having made just the 1 run of 4 deliveries. She was dismissed by Adamandia Makri. Brilliant bit of bowling, just going right in between that gap between bat and pad, kissing the top of the stumps along the ways. This was a blinder of a catch by Adamandia Makri to get rid of Janet Ronalds. It was low, and she reached down, grabbed it one-handed with her right hand. But then it was time for both Kanukuntla and Culturum to take control of this innings. And Culturum in particular was stunning. A magnificent display with the blade in hand by Culturum, making 48 runs of 31 deliveries, 6 fours over the course of her innings. She batted with a strike rate of 154.83. Germany, after struggling a little bit at the start of this innings, find themselves in a strong position right now. And with some of the batting woes that Greece have had to start off this tournament, you'd feel that Germany are favorites heading in to this second innings. We'll take a look at the scorecard here for Germany. So Tina Guff opened the batting alongside Amea Kanukuntla. Both of them pushed up the order after they didn't get an opportunity to bat in that opening match of the day. Guff would make just a 1 run of 4 deliveries. She was dismissed by a peach of a delivery by Adamantia Makri. Just one of those where you have to put your hand up and say, well, I've fallen victim to a great bit of bowling. Janet Ronalds as well, she'll feel similar way as Adamantia Makri just grabbed an absolute spellbinding catch one-handed with her right mitt. The bowling figures for Greece are a mixed bag. The skipper herself, Siriotti, will be very impressed with her figures. 1 for 6 over the course, 2 overs she bowled. Verviciotti was the most expensive of the bowlers, went for 24 in the 2 overs she bowled. Meanwhile, Adamantia Makri, 1 for 16 in the 2 overs she bowled. A decent performance for her. She'll be impressed with how she did with both the ball in hand and with her fielding. Yorgota figures 0 for 18 in 2 overs she bowled, and Teresa certainly pulled back things in the second over she bowled. Some good figures for her to end up with. So we're halfway through our second match of this ECI-W series, and Germany have set a target of 85 for Greece.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Well, we're back. As you just see, the bonus point equation is up over there. They're able to achieve this in 7 overs or less. Greece will pick up a bonus point. They, of course, gave up a point in that opening match when they suffered a humbling bonus point defeat. And if Greece can do something really spectacular here, or I should say Germany are able to do something really spectacular here and restrict this Greek side to 58 or less, they will take all 4 points in this game. And they'll, of course, cap off what has been a very commanding start to this tournament for them. So we can just see the German team are about to make their way out to the middle, and they'll be very encouraged with the score. They have set 84 runs. It's going to take some chasing here for Greece. It's going to be a challenging target. It's going to be a challenging chase. And let's see if Greece are up to the task. Of course, they managed to muster just 50 runs during the opening match of this ECI-W series. And this is going to be a really, really steep task for this Greece side. There was some encouragement for them in that opening match. Their running between the wickets was particularly good. I think the one thing for them was they just weren't able to hit as many boundaries as they would have liked. And it's all about just finding that little bit of flair, that little bit of firepower. The breeze is starting to pick up here in Corfu. It was a lot warmer earlier. The sun really came out for a brief period after lunchtime, but now starting to see a bit of a breeze. It's just getting a little bit windy now. We are, of course, right by the harbor. Temperature is currently 22 degrees Celsius. The wind speed about 11 km per hour. Here we go. First ball of the second innings coming up. And Shahid will start off with a wide. So Shahid went for 11 runs in the first over. And she bowled in the opening match of the day. Picked up a wicket right off the last ball of that first over. The most expensive over that was bowled, but there were plenty of encouraging signs with the way she was bowling. Particular ability to just shape the ball back into the right-hander. Just needs to get her radar right. If her line is right, she's very difficult to get away. Of course, left-handed seamers are such a weapon in this format. They can just cramp the right-handed batters for room. Just going a bit too far down the leg side over there. Well, get some bat on it there, Sidiotti. Probably spoiled to wide in the end, in all honesty. Would have been better off just leaving that one alone. It's something which Greece are going to have to add to their game. They probably just spoiled a few too many wides in the last match as well. I want to take those wide, get those free runs, get those extra deliveries as well. Dot ball over here for Shahid, so Yergota and Sidioti, it's so important for them to get their sides off to a good start here with the bat in hand. Only 2 players were able to hit boundaries for Greece in the last match. One of them was the captain, Sidioti, and the other was Angeliki Savani. We saw pick up an injury during the course of that opening match. She's not involved in this game, and I wonder if she'll play a part over the course of the rest of this weekend. Pulled away out towards square leg. Oh, just nutmegs the fielder, and well, there's a chance here to pick up a second run, and despite quite a bit of hesitation, they'll get it rather comfortably. It was just a slight misfield there by Kanukuntla, just going right between her legs over there, got nutmegged, and that just allows Yorgota to steal a second run. Good fielding off her own bowling there by Shahid. That one just played into the pitch. Tight first over to start things off here. Germany will be very pleased with that. Only 4 runs coming off that first over. So it's been 65 matches since we last had a golden ball here on the European Cricket Network. Of course, didn't get a golden ball in Jersey either. We've got some T10 action going on over there as well. Some men's T10 action as it is finals day over in Jersey. We are to get a golden ball. It's going to have to be today here in Greece. We've got T20 action over the weekend, so the only day we'll witness T10 cricket is today. That's a wide over there for Balaji. And Balaji bowled beautifully in the first match, was able to get a wicket as well. Got a nice slingy action, a beautiful flowing run up as well. Made life very difficult for the Greek batters. Couple of wides to start off here for Balaji, just a few looseners. See if she can correct her line and put the first legal ball of this over in. Does well to just keep that one out there. Sidioti was a nice ball, angled in there by Balaji. Over in Jersey, of course, Eastern Royals currently taking on the Southern Spitfire. Eastern Royals have enjoyed a very good campaign so far. Just a 1 loss for them during the group stages, and they're, of course, big favorites to go and win it all. Ooh. Well, where has that struck her? That's gone straight to Ramisha Shahid, and she's trying to get up over here, but I could just see just struggling to put some weight on that leg at the moment. It's just struck her on the right shin by the looks of it, and well, let's see if she'll be going off the field. The trainer has just gone to attend to her to make sure that she's able to continue. Of course, 12th player for Germany is Iris Edwards, so if needed, I'm sure she'll be more than happy to make her way onto the field, but I can see all smiles here for Ramisha Shahid, and she'll be able to continue. It's a dot ball. Struck away towards the offside. That's into the gap. It's going to take a bit of chasing here, and Ronalds does a terrific job. Is able to cover the ground, make sure that Greece pick up just the one run. Siriotti back on strike here. They have to strike boundaries at regular intervals and need at least 1 or 2 boundaries every over, Greece. And to keep up with this rate, I think 1 boundary over would suffice, and then you'd expect that they'll need some help from the extras department as well. Doesn't quite rise as much as Siriotti expected, going for a horizontal bat stroke over there, and it just snuck under the bottom edge of her bat. Well, that looks like a pretty harsh call. We'll take a look at the replay over here. Oh dear, well, that is well inside the tram line. I think, yeah, mistake there by the umpire. Of course, umpires are only human, and just like players make mistakes, so can umpires. But you gotta credit Balaji and the German team as a whole. There weren't too much protest from them. They just kind of got on despite the fact that they disagreed with that call. And then Balaji, that was a really good delivery over there. End of the second over. Greece are just 9 for no loss. We'll take a look at the standings for this ECI-W series so far. So Germany got off to a rollicking start, picking up a bonus point in the opening match of this tournament. And Greece, the hosts, this game is an absolute must-win for them. If they lose this match, then Germany will win this ECI-W series. This one's played aerially. It'll be a tough chance, and it's going to be taken. What a spectacular catch there by Anne Bierwisch, running towards the boundary rope. She's managed to grab this one. Went over her head. She tracked the ball absolutely brilliantly. And just take a look at this catch. What a brilliant grab. We have seen a couple of great catches over the course of this match. We saw a spectacular one by Adamandia Makri for Greece in the first innings. And now Anne Bierwisch, who's been inserted into the lineup for this match, has taken an absolute humdinger of a catch to get rid of Nefeli Yorota, who departs having made just 3 runs. We'll take another look at this. I mean, these catches are so challenging to take. She keeps track of the ball wonderfully, and then, well, as quiet as it gets with that celebration. Very Mario Balotelli-esque. Doesn't really celebrate it. Just takes the catch. Just another day in the office for me, is what Anne Bierwisch says. Wonderful grab. And the breeze is really starting to pick up. Got some sheets of paper on the desk below me, and just have to put my phone down now to make sure they don't fly off. The wind is really picking up. You can just feel the tent creaking a little bit as well. It's the windiest it has been so far today. It's not a nice, gentle breeze, the kind of which bowlers like. It's just gusts of wind. It's not ideal for batters or bowlers. Plays that one away, and it's looks like it's going to trickle away towards the rope. So a much needed boundary here for Greece. The first one they have managed to get this innings. Getting on the front foot there, Argyropoulou worked away behind point. Off it goes for 4 runs. So Greece need to string together a lot more boundaries to keep up. And asking rate, as you can see, is just shot up to 9.39. It's getting more and more challenging for Greece. Let's just push towards cover, and oh, that throw was fired in just a touch too hard there by Wilhelmina Garcia, and in the end, it's just some great backing up by the captain, Asmita Kohli, who made sure that didn't go away for overthrows. Yeah, Garcia usually accustomed to fielding out on the boundary rope, so probably threw that back with the same amount of power she typically would when she'd be further back. And now for the right-handed batter, she's all the way back in her usual cow corner position. Just going fishing there, Siriotti outside the off stump and unable to get any bat on that. 2 runs of 6 deliveries for her. Make that 2 of 7. She's gonna need to pick that strike rate up here, the skipper, to ensure that her side can keep up with this asking rate. Goes for a big swing over here. Does this have enough to go towards the boundary rope? Not quite. It's a very good chase by Ashwin Balaji. And Ashwini covered a lot of ground to ensure that Greece wouldn't get anything more than a single. So the last ball of the power play is coming up here. Argyropoulou had a boundary of the first ball she faced, and well, Greece would certainly like a boundary to end this power play, because at the moment, it's all Germany. Worked away towards mid-wicket, and a throw towards the keeper's end. That is really tight, and well, it looks like Argyropoulou was able to make her way back. Let's just take a look at this. Oh yeah, just about. Managed just to make it back in safely. It was a tight one, but she's gonna be safe as Greece find themselves 15 for 1 at the end of the power play. That required has shot up to 10, so things looking very rosy for this German side at the moment. 4, 5, and 6 runs off the first 3 overs. They're actually not too far back from where Germany were at this stage, but Germany really picked up that run rate in those middle overs thanks to some spectacular batting by Shravya Golcharam, who made 48 runs with a strike rate above 150. Really set this German side up well, and Greece will need a similar innings from member of their batting lineup as well if they are to stay alive in this ECI-W series. Of course, this match is a must-win for Greece. A victory here would mean that Germany would take the spoils in this ECI-W bilateral series. Beresford is going to bowl the first over after power play. She was inserted into the lineup after not playing in the first match, so chance for her to make an impression. Worked away towards the leg side. That's going to be a single. So Elena Beresford bowled 14 overs last year in the European cricket, T10 cricket. Gave 72 runs in those 14 overs she bowled and picked up 6 wickets. Her best performance came against Austria when she had figures of 2 for 7. Just looking to get their field setting right over here, so left-handed batter, so mid-off is up, long on is back. Got a fielder at deep backward square leg and deep mid-wicket too. Who was just struck straight back towards the bowler, and in the end Beresford has to find a way to just field that one. struck towards mid-off, and that ball bobbled a little bit, and in the end, you've got to say that Colchester did a pretty good job to handle that. A couple of dot balls snuck in here by Beresford. Yeah, dot balls, well, like gold dust here for Germany. Every single dot ball just takes the game away from Greece. I'll pick up another single here. Singles won't be enough, though. You can see that required. It's north of 10 at this stage. Boundaries need to come for this Greek side. That last ball was a wide, so a couple of bonus runs to the Greek cause. Interesting to see Germany's aggression here. They've got to slip in place, even though our required is as high as it is. I think they're eyeing the bonus point here, Germany. Oh, that wasn't too far from the off stump at all. And, well, a big appeal for a stumping. Let's just take a look at this to see if Vijay Raghavan had a case. You can definitely see that back foot come up, but, ooh, well, this is tight. Is there anything behind that line? Oh, it's hard to tell. It really is. Really is hard to tell. Is any part of that shoe just behind that white line? I think maybe just a little. And that's what's going to spare her blushes. So, tight one there. Could easily have cost her wicket. Sirioti lives to fight another day, but the captain has to get that run rate going. Down the leg side, that's going to be another wide. So boundaries and a little bit of help from extras are probably the formula for Greece to win it from here. It's a tough challenge, really is. And Sirioti, though, we do know she's capable of striking boundaries, just hasn't really been able to do it so far this innings. This is struck hard, and that's more like it by the captain. That's more like it. It just dropped a little short, and so good with those horizontal bat strokes, just able to smash that one away towards deep mid-wicket, splits that gap between the fielder at cow corner and deep square leg. If they're just moving Wilhelma Garcia a lot squarer after that last shot. Goes big again, and oh, really well fielded, well watched by Amea Kanukuntla. That ball was really traveling at the rate of knots towards her, and watched it carefully and made no mistake to ensure it wouldn't get past her. Was there a little bit of fight in this Greek side? They're actually not too far behind where Germany were at this stage, but can Greece replicate what the Germans did in the second half of that innings? Can Greece pull off something very similar? Germany at this stage were 27 for 2, but you look at those last 7 overs, 5 of them went for 10 or more runs, and that just emphasizes how good Shravya Koltram was, striking 6 boundaries over the course of her innings. In comes Ronalds. Starts off with a nice full delivery. It's actually played very well there by Sirioti. Nice soft hands. Is just going to dab that one away, and will pick up a run. Played nicely with a straight bat, but struck firmly towards Garcia, who once again feels that really well. Such an asset for this German side of the field is Wilhelma Garcia. Yeah, dot balls are priceless for this German team. Once again goes towards the aforementioned Garcia, and it's a firm throw towards the keeper to make sure the Greeks don't even entertain an idea of picking up a single. Run right now, it's almost 11 and over. Oh, it's gone up and it's just gonna fall short of Ronalds, who would have thought she might have had a half a chance there to get a cotton bowl. What a spectacular over Ronalds here. This might just be the last straw that breaks the camel's back. If they can't get a boundary of these last two balls, then Germany will firmly be in the driver's seat. Just going to score them away behind point. Greece going to push for a second. They won't in the end. They're going to have to settle for the single. So just 2 runs off these first 5 balls. Greece watching this game drift away from them. They desperately need a boundary of the last ball of this over. But you got to say, Ronalds just hasn't given them those opportunities. She's bowled so tightly this over. Was, of course, batting quite nicely as well in the first 5 balls she faced, and then was just the victim of a stellar catch to dismiss her. It's going to end with a wide, so still not quite the end of the over here. Looking to go for a big cross batted stroke there. See the attempts, a massive heave. End of the over, only 3 runs come off it. A stellar one from the German perspective, as the win predictor has put their chances up to almost 95% to win it here. So Germany closing in on a bilateral ECI-W series victory. We'll take a look at the upcoming events on the European Cricket Network. Of course, alongside us is that very exciting series going on in Jersey. It's finals day over there. And Danny Hudacek and Mr. Maximo Vinny Sundu are on the call. And tonight, we've, of course, got some great cricket coming up in Belgium as well. Phil G will be on the call to take you through that a brilliant night series going over in Belgium. And then, well, over the upcoming weeks, you got cricket coming up to you from Sweden, Estonia, and Romania. So an action-packed month of May here on the European Cricket Network. Beresford will continue. Bowl, her second over. Hit towards mid-off. That's going to be a dot ball to start the over. That's a full toss, and Yangiropoulou really should have had a big swing at that. Instead, she's kind of played that rather awkwardly and struck it straight towards Garcia at cover. Needed a big swing of the bat there just to get that one away towards the boundary rope. And now, well, oh, it gets the wicket. Or, well, what's going on here? Was it did the keeper's gloves dislodge the bails? Is that the case they're making? Well, Germany are convinced that's a clean bowl, and I thought that was the case too. Yep, you can clearly see that in that replay, but I wonder what any cause for concern is here. Was there any kind of encroachment? Is that what they're trying to have a look at? Yep, so it looks like the decision has indeed been made, and Milena Beresford will grab Yangiropoulou wicket. She'll have to make her way back towards the dugout. You can see her just protesting that decision a fair bit, as she has to go off. Not overly pleased with that. We'll take one more look at this. Yep, gets cleaned up over there. Just kisses the top of the bails along the way. And it's the first wicket of this ECI-W for her. So you can imagine that she'll be absolutely delighted with Milena Beresford. They really put the clamp on the scoring here. These last few overs have this German side seen just 3 runs scored in the last 9 deliveries. A wicket has fallen as well. So just got to wonder at this stage, could this be back-to-back bonus point defeats for this Greek side? That would be very discouraging for them on their home turf and be a real statement of intent for Germany. Alamandia Makri, who was heavily involved in the action in the first innings, picked up a wicket to get rid of Christina Guff, and then of course grabbed that brilliant catch one-handed. Has now made her way out towards the middle. Very optimistic appeal over there, just going down the leg side. We'll take another look at this. You can definitely see that was missing leg stick by quite a bit. Not too much going for that. Gets a bit of an inside edge onto her pads. Required now a shot up to just under 14 and over. Up in the air and a chance for Beresford to get her second, and she will. Takes a good catch off her own bowling, watches that one very carefully into her own hands. It just popped right up, a smart bit of bowling, and then good grab, really good grab, picks up a wicket. And Beresford, after a slightly expensive first over that went for 9, bowls an absolutely sublime double wicket maiden. And that certainly has taken the game away from Greece, who are now facing back-to-back what could be humiliating defeats. We'll take another look at that wicket once again. What a way to cap off a double wicket maiden. Gets rid of Makri, an important player in this Greek side. Milena Beresford with 2 wickets in that over. And now Germany will once again be eyeing those bonus points. A win here, regardless whether it's bonus points or not, will ensure that Germany take this bilateral series. But just the thrill of getting 2 bonus point victories in a row to start off the tournament would be absolutely massive for the German morale. Wilhelmina Garcia will bowl this 7th over. Christina Guff has of course been sent out to that deep mid-wicket position, which we usually see Garcia patrol. Starts off with a nice fuller delivery here, and well, Sirioti's got to find a way to at least try to get her side a point out of this match. Wouldn't be a good look for the host to suffer 2 bonus point defeats in a row to start proceedings. This one is struck away towards cover. It's going to be a big chase over here. Are they going to push for a second, Greece? No, they won't. They will stick to a single. So Lachopolu is set to face her first ball of this innings. Done a terrific job in that short cover position. Copped quite a few blows while fielding over these last 2 matches, but She got a chance to make an impression with the bat in hand as well. Just digs that one in a little short. It struck away behind square leg, and oh dear, that's a misfield, a rare misfield. The standard of fielding for both these sides has been very high so far today. It wasn't the best delivery, you gotta say, just a little bit too short, was pulled away. But yeah, usually you don't see those kind of mistakes from Germany in the field. I think that's just caught the pitch along the way, and that will ensure it's a wide and not a no ball. Yeah, it's been signaled a wide in the end, so just catches the pitch and spares Garcia from a no ball. Some important runs here. Keep in mind, Greece need to get to that 59 mark to at least pick up a point from this game. Not that it's going to make too much of a difference to the outcome of this bilateral series, but you certainly don't want the humiliation of 2 bonus point defeats on your home turf to start off the campaign. End of the 7th over, Greece find themselves 39 for 3. That was the most expensive over we have seen so far this inning. So we got one more match coming up for you after we conclude these next 3 overs. Greece and Germany will do battle again in what is our last T10 match of this weekend of cricket here in Corfu. Of course, got T20 action for you on Saturday and Sunday. Got 2 T20 matches each on Saturday and Sunday. Here's a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming game. Of course, you can see Iris Edwards will be back in the lineup, as will Nicole Kingsley after that brilliant score in the first innings. Sadarangi will also be behind the stumps for Germany. Meanwhile, for Greece, Chrysula Kanta will be back in the lineup. So both sides making some changes, just trying to give as many people as possible a chance to play in this series. And a big appeal over here, and just see that enthusiasm wasn't quite shared by the rest of her team. Struck out towards mid-wicket, and there's Garcia once again in her usual position, and she's got a really strong arm, doesn't she? Very, very strong arm, straight at the keeper. Just the 1 run there, as Greece need another 19 to at least pick up a point from this match. There's a wide by Kanukuntla. Once again, looking to go for that big booming drive, but not quite able to make contact. Will just beat the outside edge of the bat. And there it is now. Greece need 18 of 15 to pick up a point. I think this is a much more realistic target for them. At least try to get 1 point from this match, something for them to aim for. Don't want to suffer the humiliation of consecutive bonus point defeats on their home turf to start off this weekend. But Germany will be eyeing all four once more. Needs to get bat on ball here. It really does. Daphne has to get bat on ball. A big front foot stride over there, but not quite able to get her side a run. Played out towards, that's going to be a run out. So that will be the end of Lachopoulou's innings, and went straight to Anne Bierwisch, who we of course saw take a terrific catch earlier this innings. And this time she'll be involved in a run out. Much more straightforward than that stellar bit of fielding we saw from her earlier. And all she had to do was pick this one up and just underarm it towards the non-striker's end. Let's just take a look at this once more. That will be the end of the innings for Daphne Vlachopoulou. An off-field stride towards her dugout. 4 runs, 4 deliveries, and good to see Greece still in good spirits, despite the fact that they certainly could very easily have been a lot more dejected considering the way results have gone for them so far today. So we'll see Kalush making her way out to the middle. Elpida, of course her name means hope, and let's see if she can just give a little bit of hope to this Greek team. Certainly have been starved off it throughout the course of this innings. Struck away firmly, and is that the little bit of hope that Greece needed to at least pick up a point from this game? Nice work over there. Hoiks that one away and gets a boundary off the very first ball. And is there a little bit of fight in this Greek side? Should, of course, just make a correction. That was the captain, Siriotti, who struck that one away for a boundary. Kalush was at the non-striker's end. So Greece need another 13 runs of the remaining 2 overs to pick up a point from this match. It's going to be Garcia to bowl her second over. Her first over was, of course, the most expensive over we have seen over the course of this innings. Elpida just plays that with soft hands, and oh, a bit of a mix-up. Could be a chance for a run out. She made her way about 3/4 down the pitch there, Elpida, before her captain decided to turn her back. So I just wonder if there was a chance for a second run there, but Greece not running between the wickets with the same fervor they were back in the first match. They've been a lot more conservative and careful pushing for a second run over the course of this innings. We saw them really take some risks and run hard between the wickets in that first match, but not as much in this second game. And you just wonder maybe some fatigue and exhaustion is there as well after that first match. It's going to be a wide, so bonus runs of the Greek cause. 10 needed of 9 now for the Greeks to get a point. It's been pretty rough for them so far. things haven't quite been going for them, in particular with the bat in hand. I think a real positive for them in these first 2 matches will be just how well they've bowled and fielded. I think they've certainly demonstrated that they have some talent in those departments. I think maybe what they're missing is just a 4th or 5th bowler. They certainly have, I'd say, 3 very talented bowlers in their lineup. They can go out there and get some wickets. They've also shown that they're exception in the field. We've seen some great catches taken by this Greek side, some good ground fielding as well. It's just, do they have that ability to hit boundaries with the sort of consistency you need in the T10 format? Massive hoik there by Sidiotti, but he's unable to get any bat on ball as Greece need 9 runs off the last over now to pick up at least a point from this game. Take a look at the bowling figures here for this German side. As we can see, it's been a great all-round performance for them. Janet Reynolds giving up just 3 runs in the 1 over she bowled. Seen some good figures for Ashwini Balaji as well. 5 runs in the sole over she bowled. Ramisha Shahid figures a 1 for 10 in her 2 overs. It's been a stellar effort by Germany. Milena Beresford, how good was she? Of course, went for 9 in her first over and then a double wicket maiden in her second over. The only maiden we have seen so far today. There is Balaji with her trademark slingy arm action. In the end, you got to say that Galus did very well to just get her bat down and pick up a run over there. That was a terrific Yorker length delivery. It's a little bit shorter over here to Sidiotti, and that hip height ball, so hard to get away. It's just, that's an awkward length and height for batters to deal with. And Sidiotti, I mean, you got to credit her. You know, she's fought the good fight. Strike rate's probably not been as high as she would have liked, but she's just trying to gut it out in the middle and give her side a fighting chance. But unfortunately for Greece, it does look like they might once again come short of picking up that point as well, unless they're aided by some extras. Is this going to go away towards the rope? That would certainly help Greece quite a bit. It isn't, but they will pick up a couple of runs, and you add the wide. So that's 3 runs to the Greek cause, 3 bonus runs, and it's now 5 needed of 4 for Greece. So maybe just a little bit of hope here for Greece to pick up a point in this match. The victory is obviously beyond their grasp, and Germany at this stage are pretty set to go on and grab an unassailable lead in this ECI-W bilateral series. Can Greece just give themselves something to take from this game? 1 point would be a positive. I guess one little bit of encouragement they can take, because they've already made more runs than in the last match where they mustered just 50. They're at least on 54 this time around. Can they get into those 60s? Oh. Well, not with bowling like that. It's going to be tough. It certainly will be. Balaji nailed the length once again, and she's just one of those bowlers where if you just see that ball heading towards your stump, you're praying. You are praying, because you know that you don't have a hope in hell of keeping it out. Full toss, it's up in the air, and it's taken! Great catch there by Balaji. It's always tough to take those off your own bowling. And Sidiotti, who spent a lot of time out in the middle, her long stand will come to an end. The bat's kind of twisting in her hands, and Oh, just manages to grasp that there so well, doesn't she, Ashwini Balaji? Picks up a wicket. She'll be absolutely delighted. A well-deserved wicket as well, you have to say, for Ashwini, who has been a real class act for this German side so far today. That's the first wicket she'll pick up in this bilateral series. Quite unlucky not to get a wicket in the last match, but this time she will, and she'll take a catch off her own bowling. They can see he's absolutely delighted. Well-deserved wicket there for Balaji. Well-deserved. Here we go. 2 balls left in this match. Well, rather optimistic appeal. That was clearly sliding down the leg side. Well, I think the bail's fallen off here, so that's clean bowled. Yep. It's clean bowled. Well, let's just take a look at this. Oh, it just looks like it's just clipped the off stump along the way. So, well, Balaji will grab another wicket here. It's back-to-back wickets for her. And the final ball of this innings will be a hat-trick ball. And yeah, it just seemed to have caught everyone by surprise. The umpire didn't seem to have noticed that it clipped the off stump along the way as well. Just saw that bail on the ground, and see the keeper making the case. Hey, look at this. It's a bowled. Been cleaned up. We'll have one more look at this. Yeah. Just kisses the off stump along the way, and that would be the end. So a hat-trick ball coming up here for Balaji. This would be an absolutely massive accomplishment for her, and she'd add herself to the ECN Hall of Fame if she's able to get a hat-trick. I think the plan's going to be simple here for Balaji. Yorker aimed at the stump, so a little bit of excitement here to end what has been a dominant match for Germany so far. Can Balaji pick up a hat trick? Oh, maybe just a little bit too wide there with the line, and well, Greece will scamper across, grab a single, but that's not going to be enough for them to pick up a victory or even a single point, as Germany make it back-to-back bonus point victories to start off this bilateral series. And they have grabbed an unassailable lead and will go on to win this ECI-W series. So another humbling defeat for the hosts, Greece. But the story is all about this German side, who were once again stellar. Batted superbly in the first innings, got some runs on the board thanks to some great batting by Shravya Kolcharam, who made 48 runs, and then a great all-round team performance in the second innings with a ball in hand as well as some terrific fielding. Of course, both these sides will be out in the middle very shortly for our third and final match of the day, when Greece will be playing for Pride. Let's take a look at the highlights of this innings, and of course we saw this terrific catch earlier. Superb bit of work there by Anna Biervish, who of course was inserted into the lineup for this game and certainly made her mark there. She'd be involved in a run out later as well. This was a good bit of bowling by Milena Beresford, who had a double wicket maiden. A really, really impressive accomplishment. She'd of course take a catch off her own bowling to get rid of Adamantia Makri, who departed without troubling the scorer. She was gone for a duck. Nice catch there to get rid of the Greek batter. We'll take a look at some of the key moments from this innings. We saw 5 boundaries struck by Greece over the course of this innings. An improvement from the first match, but just not quite enough for them to get over the finishing line or even grab a point from this match. Milena Beresford, as I mentioned earlier, was involved in the action quite a bit, taking a couple of wickets, was fantastic in the field as well, as was Anne Biervish. We of course saw her get that run out as well to get rid of Daphne Vlachopoulou. And then we would see this brilliant bit of bowling by Ashwini Balaji, who got 2 richly deserved wickets right at the end. She was on a hat-trick in the final ball of this match. And it was celebrations all around for Germany. You can just see that one ricocheting off the pads onto the stumps. Ashwini Balaji with 2 wickets in 2 deliveries. Wasn't able to get the hat-trick in the end, but did get her side a win and ends up with some very impressive bowling figures, which we will see later as we, of course, bring up the statistics from this game. So we'll start off with a scorecard, and we'll take a look at this Greek scorecard to start things off. So, of course, Maria Siriotti, the captain, did spend quite a bit of time out in the middle, faced 29 deliveries, but just wasn't quite able to go at the strike rate she would have desired. Nefeli Yorgota with 3 of 7. Ioanna Argyropoulou making 6 of 12. Adamantia Makri departed without troubling the score as a duck of the 3 balls she faced. And Daphne Vlachopoulou with 4 runs of the 4 deliveries she faced. Elpida Kalous was, of course, dismissed by that terrific bit of bowling by Ashwini Balaji. She would make 3 runs of 4 deliveries. We'll seem to have a bit of issue bringing up the scorecard for you, but I will read out how Germany fared with the ball in hand. Ramisha Shahid figures a 1 for 10 in the 2 overs she bowled. An improvement economically from what we saw in the first match. Ramisha Shahid, very exciting young bowler for this German side. Brilliant left arm seamer, is able to just get that ball back into the right-handers, really cramp them for room. As someone who is going to be a very important weapon for this German side for years to come. Ashwini Balaji with great figures. 2 for 9. And Milena Beresford bowled a double wicket maiden in the 2nd over. She also ended up with figures of 2 for 9. Janet Ronalds bowled just the 1 over, gave up 3 runs. We can just see that scorecard come up for you, but I'll finish describing how Germany went. Wilhelmina Garcia giving up 16 in the 2 over she bowled. And Akana Kuntla bowled just a 1 over, and 7 runs came off it. So Germany with another bonus point victory. It's back-to-back bonus point victories for them as they grab an unassailable lead in this ECI-W series. They have won this ECI-W series, and Greece will be playing for pride in the 3rd match. They'll be desperately trying to get a win, if not at least a point, as they have failed to do that so far this series. We'll take a short break, and we'll be back on your screens for match number 3.
just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
We're set for our final T10 match of what has been a dominant first day for this German cricket side. Let's head over to the coin toss.
Welcome to Corfu for the ECI Women's T10. So it's match 3 against Germany and Greece.
Heads.
It is a heads.
We'll bat first.
All the best.
So Asmita Kohli calls right over there, gets the heads, and Germany will bat first once again. Hasn't quite been Maria Siriotti's day when it comes to the coin tosses or even the results of these games, as Greece have lost all 3 coin tosses. They'll be hoping they don't lose all 3 matches as well. So Germany now 2-0, Greece 0-2. That fantasy dashboard will be updated. And as we can see, Germany are going to bat first once again. They'll be looking to replicate what they did in the last match, where they came out, put a score up north of 80, and then skittled the Greek side for a score in the 50s, and were able to pick up bonus points. So 2 bonus point wins in a row for Germany to start off this ECI-W series, and they now have an unassailable lead. They have won this ECI-W series, and Greece are playing for pride in this third match, trying to salvage something, get a win, maybe just even get a point. So it's going to be Sharanya Sadargani at the striker's end. I was rather disappointed with the way she was dismissed in that first match. Back in the lineup for this game, and she'll be looking to put some runs up on the board. So our third and final match of what has been an exciting first day of cricket is about to get underway. And it should be a no ball to start things off. It's going to go away for a boundary as well. So worst possible start here for Greece. It doesn't look like it's been signaled a no ball, but yeah, to me, and I think that replay confirms that it did look like a no ball for above waist height. And I think they just want to take another look at this once again. Yeah, as you can see, well above waist height, and I think there's enough evidence there to suggest that that is a no ball. So yeah, nightmare start here for Greece. They'll probably be a bit demoralized and dejected after the results of these last couple of games, but just need to lock in and try to get whatever is left in the tank to put together one final showing and maybe save face, get a win on their home turf. But a free hit is coming up over here. So they're going to bring mid-wicket into the ring. And who's the second fielder they're going to send back? They've got a deep backward square leg in place. Interesting, just the one fielder outside the ring is what they're going to opt for. I mean, it is a free hit, but they've decided to put someone in at gully just outside your screen. Wouldn't really put an extra person in the catching position for a free hit, but that was an interesting call. And now, well, got a feel for her. She's just going to have to charge from gully all the way back to her position at deep mid-wicket, just trying to catch the back of her jersey and see who that is who's had to cover all those yards. We'll get you the identity of that fielder as soon as I can. Plays that one with soft hands. I believe that might be Kula who's had to cover all that ground. So, yeah, very, very interesting, isn't it? That, or I should say, it's more like Elpida Galus, who had to cover all that ground. But yeah, it was rather interesting. Just move someone into that kind of gully position, just for the free hit. It's going to be a wide. So, extras have been a bit of an issue for Greece so far today. They've probably given up just a few too many runs in that department. Just gently dabs that one away and is going to go for an underarm throw here. They'll pinch a single. And I believe I've just heard from Tim Harmer that there's a golden ball over in Jersey. So, we did show that a golden ball graphic earlier. And if that news is indeed true, then wow, the streak has finally come to an end, broken at about 60 odd. Certainly is great to see a finals day golden ball in the match between the Eastern Royals and the Southern Spitfires. Truck towards the offside, and that's going to be another dot ball, of course. The Eastern Royals, what a great campaign they've had, winning 7 out of 8 games. The Southern Spitfires sit with a record of 5-3 in the 8 games they've played. Of course, the loser of the qualifier will get another bite at the apple to make it to the final, as they will play the winner of the eliminator. It'll be interesting to see the outcome of that game. Edward Giles top scoring for the Southern Spitfires with a score of 68, undefeated in 24 deliveries. Should actually say it was Zach Tribe who had the highest score with 72 of 24 deliveries. And Eastern Royals got some great runs from Jack Kemp, making 71 of just 22. That really is some brutal hitting. 12 boundaries over the course of his innings. 8 of them were sixes, a strike rate of 323. Joel Dudley making just 30 runs of 8 deliveries, 4 sixes, a strike rate of 375. We'll be eagerly awaiting to see the outcome of that match and who actually goes on to grab that golden ball victory and book their place in the final. Worked away towards fine leg, and that is going to be a couple of runs. Some really nice running between the wickets here. I mean, you got to credit the fitness of both these teams. They've both been involved in 2 matches prior to this game and still got the energy out there in the field to keep pushing, to keep running hard. Here's a look at tonight's action in Belgium. Of course, Phil G will take you through these 2 games between the Brussels Warriors and Antwerp, who currently sit tied at 19 points each in what is an absolutely vital game to go on and pick up a place to make it to the knockout rounds in Belgium. So an exhilarating day of cricket. Of course, we got finals day over in Jersey, got some international cricket here in Corfu, and there's some real excitement in between the Brussels Warriors and Antwerp. And yes, I can confirm that the Southern Spitfires have, of course, pulled off what one could call an upset. And they've won the golden ball. So the Eastern Royals, who won 7 out of 8 games in the group stages, will now be playing in a do-or-die match in qualifier 2 to make it to the final. It just shows you anything can happen on the day. The Southern Spitfires did pretty well themselves over the course of their campaign. They had a 5-3 record, and of course there is the updated schedule. As you can see, the Southern Spitfires booking their place in the final. And The Eastern Royals will play the Central Commanders, who picked up a victory against the Western Towers earlier. Got to say the Western Towers were pretty lucky to even be involved in today's play. They won just 2 out of the 8 games they played over the course of the group stages. And they were dispatched by the Central Commanders. So Central Commanders, well, could they upset the Eastern Royals, who so far have just been a class above their opposition over the course of the ECS jersey? But now they've got their backs up against the wall and have to beat the Central Commanders to make it to the finals. This one is played away towards square leg. He's just going to trickle away over the rope. A very nice looking shot there by Sadarangani. That goes away for 4 runs. Yeah, just managed just sweep that away, and big chase of it there. The fielder out in the deep, Alexandra Kurkulu. She has covered a lot of ground for her side, sweeping up a lot around that region, but there's nothing as demoralizing as a chase in vain, especially after you're coming off a couple of tough defeats. Pushed away towards the offside. They're going to have to push hard here for a second. They won't. They'll settle for the single in the end. Breeze is picked up once again. You can just feel a few things moving about in the commentary position. Be a welcome breeze for some of those players as well, after what it felt a little warm out in the middle. Gusts of wind, though, aren't ideal for bowlers. Like a steady breeze if you're a bowler. That's just going to split the gap between those 2 fielders. And does it have enough to go for 4? Yep, we'll just make contact with the rope, and it's going to be a boundary. Once again, a chase in vain for Greece. Things not quite working for them, and the morale just isn't there for them at the moment. It just feels a little bit like they might just be going through the motions a bit. Got a feel for them, though. They fought hard, but results haven't quite gone their way. They're at the wrong end of a couple of drubbings. Just about picking themselves up and finding a way to go one more time and salvage some Hellenic pride. There's a good bit of fielding there by Kurkulu, and get some plaudits from the rest of her team. Germany off to a good start here, going at just a shade above 10 and over, 10.5 to be exact. And they'll be mightily pleased with how things are going so far as they look to make it 3 wins in 3 and sweep this Greek side on their home turf in this ECI-W series. There is a look at the standings so far. So as you can see, not too much joy for Greece. They failed to even pick up a point so far. It's been 2 bonus point defeats for them at the hands of the Germans, who have come rollicking into Corfu and are dominating the hosts on their own turf. Dot ball to start off the over for Yorgota. Struck away towards point, but straight at the fielder. It's the captain herself, Siriotti, will field that. And we did see Siriotti pick up an injury in game 1, and boy, she's hobbling a lot. Don't know if we can quite catch it on camera, just standing right next to the point umpire at the moment, and she's clearly in quite a bit of pain, constantly rubbing that leg. Well left over there, that's going to be a wide. Yeah, you could just see her there. Oh boy, she's struggling. You just had a glimpse of her in that previous camera angle. It's not looking great, really isn't. Gets a bat on that one. Tickled away towards fine leg. We'll grab another run over here. Germany just keeping that scoreboard ticking very nicely. That's the key for them. I think they'll once again be eyeing a score in the 80s or the 90s. And I think knowing the ruthless nature of this German side, they'll want to go on and pick up bonus points in this game as well. It's a bat on that, and it's well taken. Great grab, and one real source of encouragement for this Greek side has been the way they have caught in the field. That is Thalia Kula, who will take that catch. Just backing away, looking to create some room, and has played that straight to the fielder. A sharp catch, well taken. And Greece, I think the biggest positive for them so far today has been how well they have fielded. A great moment for Kula, a moment she will cherish as she goes on to grab that wicket, and Germany lose their first. Take another look at that one again. Exceptional bit of fielding, well watched, straight into her hands, takes that catch. That's exactly what this Greek side needed. Of course, Thalia Kula, an emerging star in this Greek team. Only 16 years of age, and somebody whose name I'm sure we'll be hearing a lot more over the coming years on ECN. See some encouragement here for Yorgota. That wicket, can it just get a little bit of energy into this Greek side who've been starved of hope for much of this match? Can they just get on a roll here, pick up a few wickets, get some momentum on their side? Iris Edwards is the new batter here for Germany. So Iris involved in the opening match of the day. She sat out the second game, was rested, but is back for the third and final match of the day. That is well left. She's looking for the wide call. It will come. It's a little bit late, but it will come. We'll just take a look at this. Yeah, good call there. Gotta say, that's a good call. Oh dear. Well, that has been an issue for Greece throughout the course of this day. Really struggled with those no balls. Just a few too many no balls above waist height for Greece. And yeah, it's pretty clear from that angle. Pretty clear from the naked eye as well that it was a no ball. So another free hit coming up here for Germany. They've had quite a few come their way. And Anne Bierwisch will be the benefactor of this free hit. A chance for her to help her side end this power play with a bang. Playing across the line over there, but well snuck in by Yorgota. Good length, nice and full. The power play comes to an end. Germany will be quite pleased with this power play as they're going along at just under 9 and over. Greece definitely need a lot more wickets here to keep things interesting. As we can see, 10 and 11 runs coming off those first couple of overs. The third over was a lot better there by Yorgota. Just helped them pull themselves back into this innings a little bit. Got that important wicket. Kept the runs down as well. Starts off with a dot ball. Played away and well taken. Really good grab. You can't keep her out of the action today, can you? Nadamantia Makri, a name we've said plenty of times throughout the day. She's already taken a couple of good catches. This was probably one of the simplest catches she's had to take today. We saw her grab a brilliant one-handed catch earlier. Good grab. Well taken there by Makri. As another one bites the dust for Germany, so a couple of wickets here. Iris Edwards will depart without troubling the score. She'll be rather disappointed she couldn't get any runs here, having been handed the opportunity to bat higher up the order. Edwards just not quite able to get enough power on that, and Makri did a good job to hold on to it. So it's going to be Vijay Raghavan coming in to bat at number 4. They just held Nicole Kingsley back. Is currently listed to come in at number 6. I think they're just trying to give as many batters as they can an opportunity to come further up the order and get a few runs under their belt. Of course, we saw Nicole Kingsley bat superbly in the opening match of the day. Score north of 30 with a strike rate of 154. That stays rather low and just kind of does quite well there, Vijay Raghavan, to get down and get to that. She'll grab a couple of runs. Will make the second run very comfortably. Good running between the wickets there by Birvish and Vijay Raghavan. Works this on the way towards square leg, and that's going to be a single. We'll grab another run over here. Up in the air, and this should be another catching chance. Oh, it's been spilled. Well, rare mistake in the field by Makri. We've seen her taking some terrific catches today, in particular that one-handed catch in the last match. This one of the simpler opportunities she's had. Oh, just not quite able to bring that one down. Don't tend to see her drop those, but it's just a rare blot in what has otherwise been an exceptional day in the field for her. Does well to get behind the ball over there, Vijay Raghavan. And it's a quiet over here by Teresa. Grabs a wicket and concedes just the 4 runs. So Germany's scoring rate has dipped a little bit these last couple of overs. Greece just doing a good job to peg the Germans back a little bit. Can see just a little bit of a dip in the run rate after that second over, where Germany were going at about 10.5 and over at that stage of the innings, but since then, got to say, done pretty well, Greece, to get things back under control. So of course the game of cricket in Greece did originate here in Corfu, which was under British domination back in the 19th century, and one of the first recorded games of cricket in Greece was held on this island back on the 23rd of April, 1823. Played nicely towards third, and they should be able to get a second run quite comfortably here. Germany, they will. Nice running between the wickets. Of course, that match back in 1823 was between officers of the British Navy and the local garrison. And from then on, only 12 years were needed for the Corfuites to learn the game and form 2 local sides and start taking on the British. So the locals of this island began to learn and love this game as well. And of course, when the British departed this island in 1864, there were 2 clubs there at the time, the Vongogakis Company and the Kamvisis Club. And for a few decades, both those clubs really struggled for numbers, so eventually they merged to become the Gymnastikos Club, which is actually one of the oldest clubs in Greece. And their sole opponents at the time would only be Royal Navy ships that would frequent the island. And then in 1923, the Arkatikos Club was formed. And in 1936, it opened its doors to members of the aristocracy as well and became known as Byron CC in honor of the famous poet. This is struck all the way out towards that cow corner region. Yorvota will field that and fire it back in towards the bowler's end. But once again, good running between the wickets here by the Germans, who are so good at converting those singles into doubles. Of course, the Hellenic Cricket Federation itself would only be founded in 1997 as an affiliate member of the ICC. Cricket, of course, it does enjoy some popularity in the island. The Hellenic Cricket Federation has, of course, done quite a bit to encourage junior development. As you can see from the average age of this Greek side, it's quite young, and one of the most stark things about this Greek side is it's made up entirely of native Greek players who have taken up the game. And of course, there are programs such as Cricket Goes to School, as well as special permission from the Greek Ministry of Education. Cricket is taught in nearly all primary and secondary schools in Corfu. End of the over. And we're just cruising along here. Germany find themselves 38 for 2 halfway through the inning. So it's time to have our in-game analysis brought to you by 1xBet. So we saw the German side get off to a terrific start. They were 21 for no loss at the end of 2 overs. But wickets can so often just slow down a side and bring a bit of pressure to the batting side. And when the Feli Yorvota managed to draw the wicket of Sadrangani and Kula took a brilliant catch, we saw that run rate begin to dip a fair bit, and then Greece would grab another wicket to get rid of Iris Edwards. We're going to go big here towards the leg side. Of course, there's still plenty of talent in that German lineup. Some good names there. Nicole Kingsley, of course, stands out the most. Batted beautifully in the opening match of the day. Played a match-winning knock to get her side over the finishing line when they were chasing. Had a strike rate north of 150. He's currently listed to come at number 6. But you feel like if these two aren't quite able to pick that run rate up, then maybe Germany will be tempted to push Nicole Kingsley up the order, or at this point in time, are they just content that they are firmly in command of this series? They have an unassailable lead, and maybe they're not too bothered about the result of this game. And what's more important to them is just giving some of these other players a chance to get some time out in the middle and develop a little bit. The umpire here signaling a free hit, no ball. So a chance for Bierwisch to really go hard at this. It's going to be a wide, so it's still a free hit. Mid-on will feel this. Yorgota is standing over there. He'll pick up a single. So yeah, as we can of course tell from the deep dive we had earlier, that it's quite a rich history of cricket here in Corfu, which probably a lot of people in mainland Greece are unaware of, and part of the European Cricket Network is just spreading that knowledge across the continent. Good ball there by Makri, really good ball, and gotta say Vijay Raghavan does quite well in the end to just keep that one out. Width on offer, that's going to be a wide. Taking a look at that dugout for Germany. Janet Ronalds was originally listed to come in and bat at number 10. Certainly not a number 10 batter by any means with all the technique and skill she possesses, but she's got her helmet and pads on and is warming up fairly aggressively. So if a wicket were to fall here, it does look like Janet Ronalds could potentially be the next batter that is in for Germany. Oh, beautiful delivery there in that corridor of uncertainty. Just seamed away ever so slightly. Very difficult for Vijay Raghavan to play. Trying to get some energy in here, Greece. Lots of calls of let's go, let's go. I think they just sense an opportunity might be here for them. If Greece can just win these next few overs, they've certainly got a fighting chance in this game. They've done very well to bring that run rate down substantially for Germany. Edge, and oh, that was a chance. Would have been difficult there for Lianiti. Would have really been a difficult chance for her. Let's just take a look at this. Top edge. Oh, just wasn't quite able to grasp it. It was a sharp chance that, oh, she's still down on her haunches thinking about the opportunity she's put down. Would have been a spectacular catch if she was able to take that. Let's have a look at the scorecard here. As we can see, so the Rangani making 10 runs of 9 deliveries, and Bierwisch has been out there for 18 balls and managed to make 16 runs over the course of them. Iris Edwards has been rather disappointed to depart for a duck, and Vijay Raghavan is on 4 of 8. So Germany will want to pick this run rate up, and well, they certainly still have the talent in that lineup to pick it up. That will certainly help them. It looks like it could race away for 4. It's going to be a big chase, and oh, just so agonizingly falls short of the rope. I think there might have just been a couple of blades of grass between the rope and the ball. We're going to have a look at this one more time to confirm whether it's a 4 or not, but just by the looks of it, I really do just think that there's a chance that there were just a few blades of grasp, I should say, between the ball and the rope. And yeah, that angle would suggest that the ball may have slowed down short of the rope. Well, that is quite a break for Greece, isn't it? Really is quite a break. Don't tend to see too many leaves at this point in a T10 innings. Just misjudged the line. Wicket thought that would be on the wrong side of the tram line from the bowler's point of view, but it was just inside, so it's going to be a dot ball. Edge it. Oh, another chance goes begging. Another really sharp one for Zolianidi. Catches a bit of bat along the way. He's just unable to catch that one as well, so another chance goes begging here for Greece. Yeah, good look to pinch a quick single over here, and you could just see Vijay got bat on ball, and she was off immediately. He will pick up a single, and Birovic now on strike, going at a run of ball 19 so far. Grab another run. Last ball of the over coming up. This could be a drop and run here. Vijay Raghavan just plays that with soft hands and scampers across for a single. So Germany bring up their team 50 in 7 overs. A lot slower than the last two team 50s they brought up. Here's a look at tomorrow's action, and of course these two sides will be back to play some T20I cricket, as we'll get to see them do battle twice tomorrow and then twice on Sunday. So you got 4 T20I matches coming up for you over the course of the next couple of days. Should be very exciting, and looking forward to what should be a wonderful weekend of cricket. Making sure that the right batters are at the right ends. Second, Vijay Raghavan, who will face. She did, of course, pick up a single off the last ball the previous over, so she will be on strike. Yorhota coming back for her second over, both superbly in her first over, picked up a wicket and gave up just 4 runs. Starts off with the right length over here. It's gonna just be a single. Birovic has been really good running between the wickets, and while I said it's just going to be a single, a slight fumble in the field by Makri, someone who we never see make a mistake in the field. He's usually pretty flawless, has made a couple of errors so far this innings. Of course, Sar put down a catch earlier and a little bit of a fumble there, which allows them to pinch an extra run. So credit to Germany. Third ball. Just have to wait a little longer for the third ball. Raghavan And out there, 14 deliveries so far. That strike rate of hers will be just annoying her slightly. 8 of the 14 deliveries she's faced. Look to play a big shot over there, but it's straight to the fielder. They'll push for a second run again, and how good has Germany's fielding been? I should say running between the wickets been. Their fielding as well, of course. But that is something to talk about in the second innings when we see the Germans bowling. They've been able to convert singles into doubles extremely well. Bit of width, struck towards point, is going to beat the point fielder, and away it goes for 4 more runs. And boundaries have dried up for Germany for a while. They've not been able to hit boundaries at the same regular interval they so normally do. This was, of course, the first boundary we've seen since the 5th ball of the 2nd over. So it's been almost 5 overs since we saw a boundary. Now towards mid-wicket, and oh, slight misfield. There's been a few errors by Greece in the field over the course of this match. That's Teresa who just lets that one slip past her. Uncharacteristic mistakes, I must say, because well, so far today, Greece have been absolutely exceptional in the field. They've hardly put a foot wrong. Oh, could be a chance for a run out here. Goes for the underarm throw, and let's just make it across safely. Birvish was running to the danger end, so Wicket will keep strike heading into the 9th over. It all happens in the 9th, as they say. Germany are 61 for 2.
I know in the past it's all like always
So 61 for 2 here at the end of 8 overs are this German side. Going slightly slower than what we've seen for much of today, but still a commanding position. We've, of course, failed to see Greece make a score north of 60 so far in these first couple of matches, so you'd feel like Germany still might have enough runs on the board already to beat Greece. The Germans don't want to take any chances. They'll look to accelerate. This is struck hard towards mid-on. Is there a chance for a run out? It's a tight one. But credit to Germany, they've run so well, so hard between the wickets. They're taking on these risks. They're getting those tight singles. Birvish and Wicket putting in the hard yards. Struck over the fielder inside the ring and square leg, and they'll push for 2 again. They'll push for 2 again, and they'll make it again. Couple of runs once more. Struck away towards square leg, and they're going to push for a single, double again, I should say, and they'll make it comfortably again. This is just incredible running between the wickets. You take a look at Anne Birvish, 24 of 22 deliveries, and the amazing thing is she's managed to get there and hit just 1-4 along the way. It's all been about the running between the wickets for her, constantly converting singles into doubles. Now towards square leg, and it's another run here on the board for Germany. Expected score right now is at 78, but I think Germany might even fancy their chances to crack that 80 mark and post a really formidable total. It'll be tough for Greece to chase down and maybe even give Germany half a chance to make it 3 bonus point wins. Looks to go aerial. It's going to remain in the ring. They'll pick up a single quite comfortably and move the score along to 68. In that corridor of uncertainty. So a dot ball to end the over. Great bowling figures for today. Is a 1 for 11 in the 2 over she bowls, as Germany are 68 for 2 with an over to go in this innings. We'll take a look at the bowling figures here for Greece. Of course, Teresa, good performance for her. She'll be mightily pleased with the way she has managed to bowl over the course of this innings. 1 for 17 to her figures. I should say that's it. Maria Sidioti's figures. Teresa, 1 for 11 in the 2 over she bowled. Pida Kalus, 0 for 8. She's going to come on to bowl this final over. A little bit of foot fielding attempted there by Hisakanda. Five balls left in the innings. What can Greece restrict Germany to from here? Can Germany get into those 80s once again, back-to-back matches? Struck firmly towards mid-wicket. It's going to take a little bit of fielding. It's been a foot fielding done there by Ioanna Argyropoulou. Not quite the textbook way to field, but does manage to get the job done. Goes aerial this time. It's going to land safely and just trickle towards the fielder coming in from mid-wicket. And will they get a couple of runs again? This is a really tight one. This is a really tight one, and I think they'll want to have a look at this in slow motion. It's a good throw fired in by Kurkulu. And let's just see. Ooh, well, you know what? I think she's made her ground there. I think she's made her ground, and as you can see, bowler just lost grasp of the ball as well along the way. That is a full toss. Should be a, might even be a no ball. We'll just have to check the height on this one. Yeah, I can see well above waist height there. They're going to push for 2 once more. They're going to push for 2 once more. And they will get it. They will get it. So that will bring the innings to a close, or at least as the umpire suggests. It does seem like we could have some more balls to go. I think there's just been a little bit of a miscommunication here. The umpire told the fielding side that the innings to come to an end, but there's still a ball to go. Of course, that no ball, at least what seemed like a no ball to us earlier, was not given. So 1 ball to come in this over. We've seen 11 runs so far. We've seen every legal delivery go for 2 runs, I think. Both of these two, Biovish and Vijayaraghavan, will be absolutely exhausted with the amount of running they've had to do. Very optimistic appeal of how's that, and well, Biovish isn't done. Biovish says, hey, we could have pinched another run there, but I think Vijayaraghavan has had enough. There's been plenty of running between the wickets by these two. The innings comes to an end, and Germany will end up with 80 runs at the end of their 10 overs. A great partnership between these two, who of course got their side to rebuild after they were slightly reeling. Keep in mind, they lost 2 wickets in quick succession over the course of 4 deliveries. They went from 23 for no loss to 26 for 2. So you've got to commend Vijayaraghavan and Andy Biovish for their very strong partnership of 54 runs, which just got their side back in this game, back into a commanding position. We'll take a look at the highlights of this innings. Sadarangani struck a couple of boundaries, but was eventually dismissed by Nefeli Yorgota. A great catch there by Kula to get rid of her. She'd make 10 of 9. Iris Edwards would depart as well, having scored a duck of 4 deliveries. A good catch there by Adamantia Makri to get rid of her. Teresa would pick up her sole wicket of this ECI series so far. And of course, we witnessed a terrific partnership between Anand Biovish and Vijayaraghavan. The two of them went along at a very healthy rate over the course of their partnership. And all that was just thanks to how well they ran between the wickets. They kept converting singles into doubles, dot balls into singles. It was all about their running as a pair who would only strike 2 fours altogether. They just ran hard between the wickets, and we saw that exemplified in that final over, where 5 of the 6 legal deliveries bowled that over were indeed 2s. Well, have a look at the scorecard over here. Sadarangani making 10 runs of 9 deliveries, and Biovish with 25-24. Iris Edwards departed for a duck of 4 deliveries, and Kartika Vijayaraghavan making 29 of 26. We'll now move on and have a look at the bowling figures for Greece. The pick of the bowlers is Teresa with figures of 1 for 11. A good performance by her. Yorgota with 115, the 2 overs she bowled. Adamantia Makri had a slightly more difficult time than usual in the field. Put a catch down, had a slight misfield as well. She's normally stellar in the field, and I think some of that just affected her bowling as well. She was a bit more expensive than usual. Sidiot did the same, 0 for 17, the 2 overs she bowled. And then Pida Galos 0 for 19 in her 2 overs. So Greece need 81 runs in 60 balls to get over the finishing line and make it their first win of this ECI. We'll take a short break, and we'll be right back on your screens for the final innings of this ECI Friday.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back for our final innings of ECI cricket from here in Greece. We're about to wrap up the T10 action. We'll be back tomorrow for more T20I. Greece will be looking to pick up their first point of this fantastic Friday of cricket. They have, of course, suffered 2 successive bonus point defeats. And, of course, victory in this series overall is impossible for them as Germany hold an unassailable lead. But they will be fighting for pride and trying to at least get 57 or more so they can show that they managed to pick up a point in this series. 3 straight bonus point defeats wouldn't be a great look for the host nation. Germany, of course, with their ruthless mentality, they'll certainly be looking to go for the kill and trying to pick up all the points in this match as well. To the umpires for this match are, of course, Marilena Ruva, Michalis Revis, and the third umpire is Stylianos Gustis. Jasmine Naim is the match referee. It looks like we're ready to get things underway. That's going to be Janet Reynolds to bowl this over. Janet Reynolds really has done quite well so far today. Was quite unlucky with the way she was dismissed in the second match. Was looking quite good out in the middle, and then was just a victim of a very sharp catch. But her bowling has been tight and on the money. Just like that ball right there, just straying down the leg side. Of course, all 3 stumps were visible, so it was very clear that was going on to miss the stumps by quite a lot. Might have needed a second set of stumps for that one to have a chance. They're going to look to pinch a single over here. They're going to have to take some risks, Greece. And they'll grab it, so that's going to be a run. It's coming courtesy of leg by, so Giropoulos is still on 0. She isn't off the mark just yet. Makari's getting set to face her first ball. Oh, great bit of bowling, really is. That's a peach of a delivery to face first up. It's all about these lengths. That was just a whisker away from crashing onto the leg stump. Ronald's very unlucky not to pick up a wicket there. Struck towards mid-wicket and pick up a single, so Makari getting some bat on ball. Oh, it's a big appeal here. That one hit her flush, and that's why it's going to be a wicket. So the umpire judging that was going to go on to crash onto the leg stump. Let's just slow it down right here, right at the point of impact, because it struck her right there. It was a full toss. Maybe understand why the umpire's given that one. Could have been potentially going on to crash onto that leg stump. Joanna will have to depart on a duck. Won't trouble the scorers. And it's going to be a long trudge for her back towards the dugout. Early wicket here for Germany. Not what Greece needed. They would have wanted a nice start in this match, a platform for the rest of the team to build on, but they won't get that. Ronalds, it was a good decision to go to Ronalds to start things off. We know Ronalds is someone who bowls very, very tight in. He's sneaking a couple of quiet Ronalds over in this power play, and then all of a sudden, Greece are just playing catch-up. So yeah, good captaincy to go with Ronalds to start things off. It's the captain of the Greek side, Maria Sirioti, who's getting set to face his first ball. So of course, the golden ball counter has been reset. We witnessed a golden ball, an exhilarating qualifier 1 match over in finals day in ECS Jersey. The Eastern Royals, who had lost just 1 game over the course of the group stages, were victims of a golden ball defeat in an exhilarating encounter between them and the Southern Spitfires. Courtesy of that golden ball victory, the Southern Spitfires booked their place in the ECS Jersey Liberation Series final, and now they are set to wait for the winner of the Eastern Royals and the Central Commanders. Here's a look at golden balls over the course of this year's. You can see you got our first golden ball this year all the way back on the 10th of February when the power hitters defeated Materdei over in Malta. Got a couple of golden balls in Malta. Portugal was pretty generous with golden balls as well. Got 3 over the course of that series, and now we get one in Jersey. This match is our last chance to get one in Corfu, of course, because the next couple of days of cricket will be T20I cricket, so can't have golden balls in T20 cricket. It's only in the T10 format of the game. Struck away towards mid-wicket. Grab a single, just the 1 run. It's going to be a dot ball. Edwards, really like the way she bowled in the opening match of the day. You can see she gets some nice shape back in to the right-handers. Beautiful swing bowler. A lovely bowling action as well. Nice flowing run up to. Just take a look at that. And that beautiful shape back in. And so it's gone high up in the air just beyond the fielder's reach. Would have been one hell of a catch. She'd have been able to take that. We have witnessed some great catches so far today. That was Vijay Raghavan who was trying to chase that one down. Seen Vijay Raghavan wicket keep as well so far today, but Sadrangani is wicket keeping in this match. Just a spoil to wide over there, Makari. End of the second over. Greece in all sorts of trouble. They are 5 for 1 at the end of 2, and well, might just be a chance here for Germany to make it 3 bonus point victories the way they have started this innings. Knowing the Germans, they will certainly be eyeing that. Here's a look at the standings. Of course, Greece empty-handed so far. It's been a couple of bonus point drubbings for them on home soil. You can see that Captain Sirioti still limping a little bit, walking very gingerly. Isn't quite 100%. Struck away towards square leg. They'll pick up a run. Montelucci making the point that the Greek batters just struggle to open up the offside. Nope, that's certainly the case. And I think a lot of the strokes to hit are, as you can see, very cross-batted shots. Those horizontal bat strokes. I think the next part of their development might just be playing some of those straight-batted strokes, learning to drive the ball a lot better, I think. We've seen that Germany have had a lot of success just keeping it outside the off stump, trying to force the Greek batters to drive. And the Greek batters just haven't been able to do that. Oh, there's a wicket. There's a wicket. There's another one for Germany. Their day just continues to get better and better. Another one bites the dust for Greece, who find themselves reeling at 7 for 2. A peach of a delivery. Some fantastic bowling, and the captain, Asmita Kohli, will pick up one more wicket. She's had a great day, hasn't she? Nothing has gone wrong from her point of view. Her side are in absolute control, and her bowling has been superb as well. Let's just take another look at this. Just enticing the batter to come forward, and you can just see that, well, the ball dips. It just dips right there at the end, and it clips the top of the off stump along the way. That really is perfect bowling, isn't it? It's a dream for a bowler to just aim for the top of the off stump. And the top of the off stump is exactly what you got. Just watch how that ball dips a little bit at the end and hits the top of off peg. It's continuing to tumble here for Greece, who just have no reply for what Germany throws at them. Struck away towards the offside and just over Janet Ronald's grasp at cover. One of the few occasions we've seen runs made through that offside region. Very leg side heavy for this Greece side. Yeah, this is going to be struck away firmly behind square leg. Much needed boundary there for Greece. Can Sidioti just get her side a little bit of momentum? Goes nice and deep in her crease. And just slaps that one away viciously to get her side a much needed boundary. And one more ball to come in this power play. Hope is dwindling for this Greek side. Oh, probably spoiled to wide there. Probably spoiled to wide. It was better off leaving that one alone there, Sidioti. Excellent power play for Germany as they give up just 12 runs and pick up 2 wickets. So they are in a commanding position at the moment and are eyeing a 3rd successive bonus point win. As you can see, Germany were 26 for 1 at this stage, well ahead of where Greece are right now, and Germany got a little bit of acceleration at the end as well. And you can see 30 runs coming off those last 3 overs. Biggest problem for Greece so far has just been their inability to strike boundaries. So it's going to be Beresford, whose last over was a double wicket maiden. Going to be hard to replicate that. Well, she'll certainly try to get as close as she can. Yorgota getting set to face her second ball. It's just been a... Ooh, well, umpire signaled out a wide. I was just wondering if there was some thigh pad there or something along the way. Thought it must have brushed something, but let's just take a look at this angle again. Well, not easy to tell. And yep, change is his decision there, the umpire. And yeah, it did catch some thigh pad along the way. Certainly seemed like that was the case. And well, I think they're just reviewing a couple of things over here. Wondering whether there was some bat involved in that, or if it was just thigh pad. What is the final decision going to be? And they are deliberating at the moment and deciding what Yorgota's fate might be. Yeah, just a little bit of chatter here between the umpire and the third umpire and the match referee. They are quite deep in discussion here. So it has indeed been given a dot ball. So yeah, just brought some thigh pad along the way. It goes a lot shorter this time, and that ball just stayed very low, and then Yorgota kind of had to dig it out almost. Comes off the bottom part of that bat. It's a back-to-back dot balls to start off here for Beresford. Oh, gets the line badly wrong there. Those are the first runs that Beresford has given in the last 9 deliveries she's bowled, of course. Mentioned that the previous over she bowled was a wicket maiden, and then had a dot ball to end the over before that as well. So some rare runs for the opposition, coming courtesy of Beresford. Oh, well, looks to flight that one up, but flights it a bit too much. That was a clear no ball, almost head height. Let's have a look at this, just slipping out of Beresford's hands. And I think you've got to really give a lot of credit there to Siriotti for how she's handled that. It's not easy to play balls that are almost head height, but a free hit coming up here for Yorgota. She's on 1 of 3 and a chance for her to really swing her bat hard at this one. Big swing outside the off stump, and that will be a dot ball. It's a lovely, really is some lovely bowling here by Beresford. Required shooting up to just under 10 now for Greece. I think find themselves in fairly familiar territory. Struggling to get going, struggling to hit boundaries, and you just feel that even getting to 57 could be a struggle for this Greek side. Up in the air. Oh, this is struck sweetly. This is struck really sweetly, but doesn't look like it has enough to go for 4. They should be able to get at least a couple of runs. And nice running between the wickets over there, but that's one that just comes out of the middle of the bat there for Yorgota, going straight down the ground as well. Managed to clear the inner ring, but didn't quite have enough to go towards the boundary rope. Comeback ball there by Beresford. So got 1 ball left in an over, 7 runs coming off this over so far. And it's been a productive over for Greece, but as you can see, our required is up to 10, so gonna need a boundary to end this over. This is really nicely struck, and even if it's taken, it should be a no ball. We'll just take a look at this side on. Let's have a look at the height there. Well, let's just see. Is this going to be given a no ball? And I think just words being given to the square leg umpire now to just tell everyone to go back to their positions and that there's still 1 more ball to come. Yeah, that one was well above waist height, so yeah, it was a no ball, well above waist height. A free hit's coming up over here, so yeah, I didn't mention that Greece needs to get a boundary to end the over. Managed to get a few runs. And now, can they grab themselves a boundary to end this over? Free hit coming up. Greece need overs worth 9, 10, and 11 from here on out to win this game. Oh dear, gets that one badly wrong as well, so it's a wide. It's still a free hit, so Greece do get the 10 runs they need from this over. Beresford is kind of losing her radar over the course of this over, just struggling a little bit with her discipline, isn't quite able to get it right, and I think her captain's just going to go and have a word with her as well. Now, can Greece capitalize on this free hit? They can get a really, really big over here. They could maybe just put a little bit of pressure back on Germany. Oh, this could be tight. This could be tight, and it's going to be another wide. So it's been a long over from Germany's perspective. Really has. Oh, well. Hasn't caught some line along the way. Is that a harsh call? Well, this is struck firmly, and this is struck away for 4 runs, so a big, big over here for Greece. Boy, they desperately needed this. They really did it. Looking to toss one up. It ends up being a full toss, and that races away towards the boundary up. So this is the biggest over Greece have had so far today. 15 runs coming off this over, one of the biggest overs we've seen over the course of today's play. And now that worm is just starting to shoot up for Greece. A little bit of momentum is now on their side. Can they continue to get some big overs here? Don't know if Beresford will get a second over after that one. Probably not. They have a lot of bowling options here, Germany. But now, something that will encourage the Greeks. Yeah, good luck getting runs off the bowling of Balaji. Very disciplined bowler, someone who generally maintains an extremely full line. But if you want to win these games, you've got to find a way to get a reasonable amount of runs from the good bowlers as well. Greece have to try to get at least 7 to 8 runs from Balaji's overs and then really target the others. Oh, terrific length. Terrific length. Right up there, right in the block hole. Always is so exciting to watch a Balaji bowl. Oh, what a terrific ball. What an outstanding ball. Huge wicket, massive wicket to get rid of the Greek skipper, Siriotti, who was just starting to find her rhythm out in the middle. Balaji has caught her plumb. A terrific Yorker. We'll take a look at this ball again. Is that going on to hit the leg stump? Let's just freeze it right there at the point of impact. Well, there will be a few Greeks looking at that and just wondering if it's sneaking down the leg side, but German eyes will think that it's clipping leg. Nonetheless, it's a brilliant bit of bowling by Balaji and an unfortunate way for Siriotti's innings to come to an end. The skipper managed to strike a couple of boundaries in the last over and just felt like she'd given her side a fighting chance. You can see the off stump and the middle stump in that camera angle. Huge wicket, massive wicket, and is that just going to snuff out the little bit of momentum that Greece had managed to gather? Or can it be the Galus keep it going? Can she keep it going? Now they're going to look to run a quick single here. It's going to be tight, but I think they've made it. I think they've made it. We'll have a look at the angle nonetheless to confirm. But they've got to take on these tight singles now if they want to win this game. Yeah, you can see the bat is grounded there. Just about manages to make it safely. Keep in mind, the Germans ran so well between the wickets, didn't they, in that first innings? How good were Ann Bievish and Vijay Raghavan running between the wickets, turning singles into doubles, turning dot balls into singles. And the Greeks are going to have to do something very similar and then sprinkle in a few boundaries as well. Oh, terrific ball. I mean, these lengths that Balaji's bowling, they are so hard to get away. Last ball of the over coming up. It's been a stellar over from the German point of view. Oh. And this one is in the channel, in that corridor of uncertainty. We saw a little bit of everything there from Balaji. As with that over, Germany have just put themselves back into a commanding position. It's the end of the over. I think that message is going to be relayed now to the officials out in the middle. I think Balaji was getting set to go back and bowl one more delivery, but there's no need. There is no need. So here's a look at the fixtures coming up tomorrow over in Jersey, with the men's series coming to a conclusion today. Women's T10 action will commence tomorrow. The Eastern Royals and Western Towers will do battle in the first match, and then Eastern Royals against MCC Women in match number 2. Western Towers will come back to take on the MCC Women before match 4 and 5 feature the Eastern Royals against the Western Towers, and we round out the day with a second matchup between the Royals and MCC-W. So those three teams will be involved in some exhilarating cricketing action. Should be a lot of fun. Of course, been a good day of men's cricket so far. Over in Jersey, we saw the golden ball streak snapped during qualifier 1 in Jersey. And at the moment, the Eastern Royals, of course, are taking on the Central Commanders. The Eastern Royals were rather shell-shocked. They managed to win 7 out of 8 games they played in during the group stages. And were handed a defeat during qualifier 1. Let's just take a look at this again. Does that, I just feel like that may have caught some line along the way. This feels a little bit harsh. Goes over the fielder at cover. And Greece will have to settle for a single. So the Southern Spitfires, they've booked their place in the ECS Jersey Liberation Series final. Now they're awaiting the winner of the Eastern Royals and the Central Commanders. Will it be a rematch between the Royals and the Spitfires, or is it going to be back-to-back upset defeats for the Eastern Royals? Would really be heartbreaking for them if they were to lose 2 games on the bounce today after dropping just 1 match over the course of the group stages. Just dab at that one, goes towards points, an underarm throw. So Yorota will make it back safely towards the striker's end. A little bit of width on offer there, but Yorota isn't able to get any bat on the ball, and this Greek side really struggled to open up that offside. They make the bulk of their runs on the onside. Just keeping that ball outside the offside seems to, outside the off stump, I should say, seems to be a deliberate tactic by this German team. That's going to be a wicket. The captain will grab her second. And it's been a stellar day for Kohli and her team. Couldn't have asked for much better. She's been exceptional in the field. Her captaincy has been brilliant. And she's certainly done her personal stats a lot of good today as well, picking up a number of wickets. We'll have a look at this. Just might have caught a little bit of bottom edge along the way. And Yorota will fall victim to the German captain. That'll be the end of her innings. 6 runs off the 15 deliveries she faced. She'll get a round of applause from some of the spectators who have made their way to the Marina Cricket Ground. Greece find themselves 35 for 4. And now we've once again brought up that single point graphic. There's a look at some of the people who managed to make their way to the ground, cheering on their national team, hoping that Greece can at least bring home a point in this match. Playing away towards third. That's going to be a single. Just making some fielding changes now for the left-hander. Also got to adjust your radar when you face a left-hander as well. Can be a real challenge for any bowler when you become pretty used to bowling to right-handed batters. Just making that slight adjustment to a lefty can always be a bit of a challenge. I see Balaji can get her radar right in the next ball. That's perfect. That's where it needs to be, just outside the off stump. Not too much footwork there either by Kanta. It's be a real challenge here for Chrisa Kanta, going up against a real quality bowler in Balaji. Exceptional bowling, really is, and Goes a little bit shorter this time. Krisa's able to get some bat on that, but isn't quite able to get her side a run. It's now come down to a run a ball for Greece to get a point from this game. Oh dear. Gets the line wrong over there. Just sprays that one a bit too wide. Gotta say, the keeper's done quite well. Very swift to shuffle across and take that one is Sadarangani. Now it's time a change of angle for Balaji coming round the wicket, and this is just top bowling, and Lisa Kanta really struggling up against it. Just needs to find a way to get through this over. Maybe look to make some runs off some of the other bowlers. Oh, wow. Just managed to get some bat on that one. Just about managed to get a little bit of bat on that one. Otherwise, she'd have been castled. Gets that bat down in time. Otherwise, she would have fallen prey to Balaji, and it would have been another wicket for this absolutely remarkable cricketer in Balaji, a real rising talent in German cricket. That brings the 7th over to an end. And Germany in a commanding position here, looking to pick up a bonus point once again. So we got 4 T20M matches coming up for you over the next couple of days, 2 tomorrow and then 2 on Sunday, when these two sides will do battle against one another. Oh, it could be a run out, should be a run out. And I don't think we'll even need technology to have a look at this one. It's pretty clear she was run out just from the naked eye. Lisa Kanta running to the danger end, and yeah, sharp bit of glove work. Really sharp bit of glove work. You got to say, Sadarangani has done some brilliant wicket keeping so far today. And another one bites the dust for Greece. Lisa Kanta really braved that Balaji over quite well, and would have been hoping to make some runs off the other bowlers, but unfortunately for her, she's not going to get to face another ball as she has been run out. Greece, of course, looking to pinch a quick single there. Nice underarm throw by Beresford, nice and close to the stumps. Sadarangani did the rest. And the 5th wicket falls for Greece. Oh, nice line and length there by Edwards, bowling it on a terrific length, nice and full, and just keeping it in that corridor of uncertainty.
Going, come on.
Just see some encouragement there from their coach saying, keep going, come on. They want to close this out in a convincing fashion, don't they, Germany? They want bonus points in this match as well. going to be a wide. Edwards not quite able to get her line right over there. Of course, cricket in Germany does have quite an interesting history. Was first played all the way back in the 18th century and was played sporadically up until the First World War. We can just see an outside edge over there. That one's going to race away towards the boundary, or it won't, as Karthika Vijayaraghavan is there to cut that one off. And during that period, there was a thriving cricket scene in Berlin in particular. Of course, a close link existed between cricket and football during that period, as the German Football and Cricket Federation was formed in Berlin back in 1891, and then it was in 1912 when the German Cricket Federation split away from football, but it didn't last, as well, from that point onwards until the Second World War, cricket was almost non-existent in Germany. We can just see that Greece needs to get above that red line to pick up a point for the first time today. They haven't been able to get a point from any of their matches so far today. 15 needed of 12 to achieve that. Plays that with soft hands, of course. It was the British forces who brought cricket back to Germany, and they set up a number of leagues with teams of expats from Asian countries as well. And then in the 60s and 70s, with an increase in immigration in Germany, cricket began to grow, and there was a substantial interest in the game, and that led to the formation of a new German Cricket Federation, the current Deutsche Cricket Bund. And then 3 years after that, in 91, the DCB would join the ICC as an affiliate member. Played away towards mid-on. They'll pick up a single. They're going to push for a second. Oh, they certainly should, now that they've been aided by a misfield. Well, after that slight error by Kolchinam, you've got to say she covered a lot of ground to make sure it doesn't at least go away for a 4. Could have been much worse. Puts that misfield there, but then the second effort to ensure it doesn't go away for 4 runs. Could have been a whole lot worse for Germany, but it's good to see them still putting in that effort despite the fact that they know that they've wrapped up this series and game. Of course, the DCB, going back to our story, was upgraded to associate status in 1999. And since then, cricket in Germany has progressed quite steadily to what it is today. A sport that is played all across the German nation in a number of major cities. The DCB is, of course, split into 6 different regions, and they've all got their own independent regional bodies, and much has been done to increase the number of women and children playing the game. You can see the results of that today. There's a lot of great youth talent in this German side. They're a very strong unit. They made the trip all the way down south to Corfu, completely unfazed by the challenge. They've been dominated. They look like they have a strong chance to pick up 3 bonus point victories in a row on foreign soil. There's another one. Beresford gets a wicket. She would have been very disappointed after going for a few runs in the first over she's bowled, but one thing Beresford has demonstrated is the propensity to come back. We saw that in the previous matches where she went for 8 runs in her first over, but then bowled a double wicket maiden in the second over she bowled. Terrific bit of bowling that just clips the top of the off stump. Elpida Kalus will depart, having made 4 runs of 7 deliveries. So here's a look at the bowling figures for Germany. A great looking card from their point of view. And if Greece are unable to make 10 or more runs of this over, then Germany will pick up another bonus point victory. And that is a big swing and a miss now. 10 of 5 needed for Greece to at least get a point. That's looking increasingly unlikely right now. Struck away behind square leg, and a big scream to go for the run. It's a terrific direct hit from really far out by Ashwini Balaji, showing that she's got the accuracy to find the stumps from all the way out at square leg as well, but it was an unnecessary direct hit, as it will allow the Greeks to pick up another run. They'll just pinch a single. Continuing our story of the development of German cricket, a number of successful projects for men's, women's, and youth cricket over in Germany. At the end of 2016, there were over 110 clubs and about 270 teams playing competitive hardball cricket in Germany. I'm sure that number is even higher now. Germany really is developing into a European cricketing powerhouse, and we've seen that on display so far today. Ooh, could be a chance for a run out here, and that's some really good running between the wickets. You gotta say, Vizziotti just set off rapidly from the non-striker's end, which allowed her to make it just in time. This one is just gonna go over the fielder's head, and they might push for a second run, but it will be an effort in vain, as it's going to be another run out forced here by the German side. They have to go for it. They might as well. It's the final over. But Vizziotti running towards the danger end. A good throw fired in over there. And another one bites the dust. So still good to see a smile on Verbiziotti's face. The results haven't quite gone the way Greece would have hoped for, but just look to take this as a learning experience and hope that they just continue to develop, continue to get better and better as a side with each match. Let's have a look at this one more time. Good throw, fired in there by Iris Edwards, and then some nice sharp glove work by Satarangani. So 52 for 7. Got one ball left in today's play. It's been all Germany today. It's been very little joy for this Greek side. And it looks like Germany are about to pick up bonus points once again. It's going to be a big throw towards the bowler's end. It's going to be another run out. Another wicket will fall for Greece right at the end of the day. And that caps off an absolutely tremendous day for this German cricket team. They couldn't have dreamt of a better start for this weekend of cricket. It is 3 bonus point wins on the bounce for Germany. They have humbled the host nation, Greece, who will be rather disappointed with how things have gone so far. There is still some room for encouragement for them. I think there were periods where they bowled really well. I think their fielding was stellar throughout today's play. They just couldn't quite get it done with the bat in hand, mustering scores in the 50s in all 3 of their games. So day 1 of this weekend of cricket here in Corfu is over. The T10 action is done, and it is now time to move on to T20I. Over the next couple of days, you'll see 4 T20I matches, 2 on Saturday, 2 on Sunday, featuring these 2 teams. And Greece will, of course, be hoping that the outcome of those matches is a lot better than what we witnessed today. Germany leave with their head held high. Now we'll see handshakes between both these teams. They've certainly played in good spirits. You've got to credit Greece. Even though results didn't quite go their way, they always played with a great attitude. They played hard, And they certainly didn't make it easy for Germany. Let's have a look at the highlights of this innings. And there were some bright sparks in periods there for Greece, especially when they got that big 15 run over thanks to a couple of boundaries hit by their skipper Sirioti. But other than that, it really was a dominant win for this German side. This was a good wicket here by Asmitakoli to get rid of Makri. This is that period where they got a couple of boundaries, didn't they? 15 run over. We just wondered if maybe there was a little bit of hope there. And then that LBW might just have killed it. A beautiful bit of bowling by Ashwini Balaji. I'm sure some Greek fans will disagree with that decision. They might just feel like that ball was potentially sliding down the leg side, but that wouldn't matter as wickets would continue to tumble for Greece. They had very little joy in the second half of the inning. Saw some good fielding there by Germany. Beresford combining with Sadrangani to get rid of Krisakanta. This was a top ball by Iris Edwards to grab a wicket herself as well. Beresford came back strong to get rid of Elpida Carlos after an expensive first over. And this would be the end of Maria Vervitsotti, making 9 runs of 13 deliveries. A good throw by Iris Edwards to get rid of her. And then there it was, the last ball of the innings. Sadrangani throwing that to Janet Ronalds to get rid of Kurkulu. So disappointing effort, you have to say, with the bat in hand for this Greek side. All 3 of their scores today were in the 50s. Just couldn't quite get that momentum with the bat that they needed. They'll be hoping for a lot better over the course of the T20I matches we have coming up this weekend. So let's have a look at the scorecard for this innings. And as we can see, the top scorer for Greece is Maria Sirioti, the skipper, with 12 runs of 11 deliveries. Struck a couple of boundaries during that over. Bowled by Beresford, which is the most expensive over we've seen so far today. 15 runs coming off it. Vervitsiotti with 9 runs of 13 deliveries. But outside of that, you can see there weren't too many scores of note. And there it is now. The graphic has come up with the scorecard. So the captain with 12 for 11, as I mentioned. Yorgota spent a bit of time out in the middle, but managed to make just the 6 runs. I think that kind of tells the tale of what things were like for Greece. You know, there were maybe a few batters who were able to spend some time out in the middle, but nobody was really able to go on and accelerate at the rate which this Greek side so desperately needed. Hitting boundaries was the big issue for them, and I think a bit of fatigue started to set in as well as the day progressed. They weren't quite able to run between the wickets as hard as they did in that very first match. The bowling figures look absolutely splendid, don't they, for Germany? Ashwini Balaji 1 for 5 in the 2 over she bowled. Janet Ronalds 1 for 6. Iris Edwards 0 for 7. Kohli with 2 for 13. Beresford was a bit expensive in her first over, but then it came back really strong in that second, just as she did in match number 2 as well, when she went for 8 runs in her first over and then came back with a double wicket made it. So the match summary for our final match of this ECI-W series is that the German women beat Greece by 28 runs. That is 3 out of 3 bonus point wins for Germany. This was as dominant a victory that the Germans could have hoped for. So we've now come to the end of the day and what has been an exciting first day of cricket here in Greece. Just what they would have hoped for. Of course, we're going to take a short break and then we will be right back with the trophy presentation for this ECI-W between Germany and Greece. So stay tuned. We'll be back as we, of course, award this German side their trophies.
just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
Well, an exhilarating first day of great cricketing action here in Corfu has come to an end. Our ECI T10 has been won by the German side, who of course made the trip down south to come over here to the shores of Greece. I'd like to of course start off by thanking some of our sponsors. I'd like to thank HCL Software, 1xBet, Rado, Bizaway, and of course Local Lifestyle for providing us these beautiful gleaming trophies that are currently behind me. A big thank you of course to the Hellenic Cricket Federation, who have been such wonderful hosts for us. It's been a great first day here in Greece, and I really look forward to the next couple of days. We'll be bringing you some wonderful T20I action. I'd also like to thank the umpiring crew led by Jasmine Naeem, Marilena, Michalis, and Lucky. All three of them did an absolutely stellar job, and we had some absolute gripping viewing. I'd like to thank the Blue crew as well, which is of course led today by Samir Nayak and Manav Nayak for making sure things ran as smoothly as they could. And I'd also like to thank my colleagues over in two circles, Kristaps, Marcus, and director Imans. It was a smooth broadcast and a real pleasure to work alongside all of you. And of course, I'd like to extend my commiserations to the Greek side. I know that results didn't quite go your way today, but there was plenty of encouragement out there. I think you showed a lot of fight, a lot of courage and heart and passion with the way you battled out there, particularly with your fielding. And I'm sure things will look a lot better for you over the next couple of days. I'd of course now like to move on and bring out the MVP trophy, and the MVP trophy will be presented by a member of the board of the Hellenic Cricket Federation in Angeliki Kaloyanni. And our MVP for this tournament is of course a bowler who all of us loved watching over today's action. Her brilliant slinging arm, saw plenty of comparisons to Lasith Malinga over the course of today's play. She had some brilliant stats today, an economy rate of 3.4, and managed to pick up 3 wickets as well. I'd please like to ask Balaji to come forward and pick up her MVP trophy. Congratulations. Well, it's very hard to attain perfection in sport, but I think your side managed to do it today. Hardly anything went wrong for you. You were stellar with bat, ball, and with your fielding. Managed to pick up 3 bonus point victories on the trot on foreign soil. A really, really stellar accomplishment for any touring side. I'd please like to invite Captain Kohli forward to please pick up the trophy for the German side. Congratulations, and will once again be presented by Angeliki Kaloyanni. So it's been an exhilarating days of cricket, but we still have plenty more action to come on ECN here in Corfu. Over the next couple of days, we'll bring you 4 T20I matches, 2 on Saturday and 2 on Sunday. We'll see these two sides do battle once again tomorrow. We'll see you all then live on the European Cricket Network.
Body back.